happy with the first game, of course. I mean, you guys got a good score going. Anything that you want to change with how things going to be?
Yeah, it's a good start. I think in an ideal world we'd be pushing 300. I think with the start we got, we struggled to get back in there. With the ball, I think we were pretty good. Like maybe a little bit off on the ball. Going a bit more. So yeah, looking to continue the work we've done and keep. Exactly.
Ball first again, so what score do you have in mind that will stop them?
And we are here at Kinrara Academy Oval. It's a clear sky, but a bit of humid too, 90% humid, and the temperature is 26. Well, Pakistan, they are down because England won the first game. That's why England, they've been really on the top. Pakistan is not having a good time against English cricket team in terms of women, because they lost all of their 8 games played against them. Kinrara Academy over Kuala Lumpur is getting the honor to host this ICC Women's Championship 2019, and hope so that both teams will surely give their skills best of them, and we will see some brilliant cricket being played here throughout the day, and the weather will also be expected like a bit of cloudy, but not much rain today, because we have heard that in this season most part of the country has been under water, like most of the times it rained at the second part of the day. But here it's morning, clear sky, sun is out, but cricket, what is the most important part of this league, or this series, is they'll surely be putting on. Both sides will be presenting themselves in a short while in the center to show their cricketing skills, and let's see how both sides will proceed. Because ICC Women's Championship, if we go through from the cards in the past, what has happened between these two sides, as I've told you that Pakistani women cricket team how England and Pakistan have gone through in the first game. England were really on the top. They started well after winning the toss, batted well. Openers, they really came up strongly and making a bit of a tough call for the Pakistani bowlers. When they put on 188 on the top up to the 37th over, losing first wicket after 222 deliveries. And that's the way how England did well. 110, 95 deliveries. She made the debut. in a tremendous way, and what a day for her. Then Beaumont scoring 107 in 141 deliveries. Knight was also there, a quick fire. And Ramin, the debutant from Pakistan women cricket team, 3 wickets, 61. That was the star, we must say, that coming on the first game in the international level and giving you best. So pretty good and decent bowling, but little expensive. Then look on to Bisma Maroof, 69 in 94 deliveries. That was the time when she needed to stay in the crease. That's why she took a bit of the time. Then Alia Riaz came up quickly, 7 fours in his short inning up, 39 in 35 deliveries. Then Umaima came down and scored 29 runs in 48 deliveries, 4 wickets across. What a bowler she was at that time, giving just 32 runs. Brunt and Glenn, 2 wickets each, and Glenn making the debut as well, 2 for 38. And England won the game by 75 runs. And Pakistani girls, they are really looking a tough call for them, because here we go, ODI squad for Pakistan cricket team: Nahida Khan, Sidra Amin, Javedia Khan, Bisma Maroof, the captain, Umaima Sohail, Nida Dar, good one, Alia Riaz, the experienced girl, then Sidra Nawaz, Diana Beg, a good all-round cricketer.
Alright, welcome to the all-important draw.
Then Anam Amin, Ramin Shamim,
Alright, welcome to the all-important draw of the second ODI between Pakistan and England. I've got the 2 captains here.
Sayyida Arup Shah. Good all-round cricketers in Pakistan ODI squad. And England on the other way, Christine Gordon, Freya Davies, Heather Knight, the captain. She's been doing a wonderful job for the side. Anya Sherbrooks, and the toss is ready. Sikandar is down there with the both captains. Let's go downstairs.
Alright, welcome to the all-important toss of the second ODI between Pakistan and England. I've got the 2 captains here, Mr. Maroof and Heather Knight, and I've got our match referee, Mr. Mohammad Javed Malik, trying to toss the boy. Let's go toss. There is the call, and it is tail. You're batting again? Okay.
We're going to have a bat again. Looks a slightly different wicket actually, a little bit more grass on it. It might be a little bit too late, but I thought it was best to get out there and hopefully put another good score on the board.
Happy with the first game, of course. I mean, you guys got a good score going. Anything that you want to change with how things went in the first game?
Yeah, it was a good start. I think in an ideal world we'd be pushing 300. I think that with the start we got, we struggled to get down a bit back in there. With the ball, I think we were pretty good. Our legs maybe a little bit off on the wickets. We're going to the pitch a bit more. So yeah, looking to continue the work we've done and keep improving. Exactly. Thank you.
On this one, got to bowl first again. So what score do you have in mind? Let's stop them.
I think it's a good wicket. We really wanted to spring really happy. So we like to shift it a little bit.
Anything that you feel that your side would like to work on, especially after the first one day, think that you like to change?
I think we like to take the punches. We didn't see them in the last game. We didn't really have punches. So I think that we're really like to
Takes a lot. So the news is that England have again won the toss and they've decided they want to bat first.
There you go, England side. They're a pretty decent one. Vats, Wilson, Beaumont, Johns, Knight, Skiver, then Brunt, Glenn, Sherbrooks, then Cross, and Axel John. So let's see that how they will be proceeding in the centre. England winning.
Alright, welcome to the all-important toss of the second ODI between Pakistan and England. I've got the 2 captains here, Mr. Maroof.
Girls in the centre to show their skills.
Alright, welcome to the all-important
look at the batting average. Beaumont 42.25. Then Knight, the captain, 37.18.
Yeah, between Pakistan and England, I've got the 2 captains here, Mr. Maroof and Heather Knight, and I've got our match referee, Mr. Mohammad Javed Malik, trying to toss the ball. Alright, welcome to the all-important toss of the second ODI between Pakistan and England. I've got the 2 captains here, Mr. Maroof and Heather Knight, and I've got our match referee, Mr. Mohammad Javed Malik, trying to toss the ball. There is the call, and it is tail.
pretty young side, not much best in the averages if we talk about the batting. So let's hope that game number 2 will be surely trying to change the destiny, trying to change the fate of these girls, because they hadn't done well from the cricketing skills in the past, like 8 games. And if we talk about previous 5 games, 3 times English girls, they scored more than 300 runs. So there you go, lush green outfield, clear sky, and humid too. Pakistan women versus England women, both sides unchanged. And they are sticking with the previous squad, what they have gone through. And let's hope that Pakistan can make some of the changes at Kinrara Cricket Academy. In the previous game, England winning the toss and elected to bat first, and today they've been sticking with the same rule that their luck should be with them, as England openers they did well, scoring 188 in 222 deliveries, where Ramin Shamim took 3 wickets. That was plus from Pakistan point of view. Well, Sikandar is waiting for us along with Pakistan team coach.
Head coach with me, Mr. Iqbal Imam. बात करते हैं इनसे. सबसे पहले तो ये पूछना चाहूँगा कि मेंस क्रिकेट से विमेन क्रिकेट में आना, एज अ कोच किन-किन चीज़ों को थोड़ा सा आपको इम्प्रोवाइज करना पड़ता है?
देखिए, मेंस क्रिकेट में से और इसमें आने में ये बस थोड़ा सा ये है कि उसमें ज़्यादातर मेंस में पावर अच्छा इस्तेमाल होता है. इनमें ज़रा टेक्निक्स को हमें ज़्यादा यूज़ करना पड़ती है. टेक्निकल चीज़ पे ज़्यादा इन पे वर्क करना पड़ता है.
अभी आप एज हेड कोच हैं टीम के साथ, ये भी एक बिल्डिंग प्रोसेस है. 2021 में एक वर्ल्ड कप आ रहा है 50 ओवर, उसके अलावा अभी फरवरी में T20 वर्ल्ड कप है. इस सीरीज़ को इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रिपरेशन कैसा देखते हैं?
देखिए, बहुत ज़बरदस्त है ये सीरीज़ हमारे लिए और बहुत अहम है, क्योंकि हमारे पूल में इंग्लैंड है, वहाँ पे T20 के वर्ल्ड कप में ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो हमारे मैचेस हैं, तो उसके हिसाब से हमने भी प्रिपरेशन करके आए हैं उसके हिसाब से भी. और ये जो सीरीज़ है, इसमें लास्ट मैच जो हमारा था, मैं उस पर बात करूँगा कि उसमें काफ़ी बेहतर हमने परफॉर्म किया. वैसे हम मैच हार गए, लेकिन ओवरऑल हमारी परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी थी, बैटिंग बॉलिंग, और कुछ 1-2 लैप्सेस हुए जिसकी वजह से मैच हार गए थे. और प्रिपरेशन हमारी काफ़ी बेहतर है.
ICC ODI चैम्पियनशिप के मैचेस हैं, इसमें पॉइंट स्कोरिंग में पाकिस्तान के लिए काफ़ी फ़ायदा हो सकता है. इंग्लैंड जो है वो ऑटोमेटिकली क्वालिफाई कर गया है. इस चीज़ को भी आपने नज़र में रखा है, किसी तरह से हम कुछ पॉइंट्स हासिल करें सीरीज़ में?
बिल्कुल, हमारा पूरा फोकस इसमें पॉइंट्स पे है कि हम एटलीस्ट यहाँ पे 2 से 3 पॉइंट एक मैच का जो पॉइंट है वो पूरे लें. और पहले तो हमारी यही टारगेट है, हमने जो तैयारी की है कि हम ये टूर्नामेंट जो सीरीज़ है इसको जीतें. अभी भी हमारे पास चांस है, अगर आप आज इंशाल्लाह मैच जीतें तो होपफुली कि हम सीरीज़ भी जीत सकते हैं.
एक आखिरी सवाल, हमने देखा पहले मैच जीत नहीं मिली, लेकिन उसमें कुछ पॉजिटिव्स हैं जो आपने एक्सट्रैक्ट ज़रूर किए होंगे. आज के इस मैच में वही सिनारियो है, पहले बैटिंग है इंग्लैंड की. क्या लगता है कि कितना चेजेबल स्कोर है यहाँ पे इस विकेट?
देखिए, आज जो पहले मैच में पिच था उसमें आज तो थोड़ा डिफरेंस है. आज थोड़ा सा घास है. आज थोड़ी सी जो सेकंड इनिंग में आपने देखा वो पिच काफ़ी टूट गई थी. आज मेरे ख्याल में वो पिच टूटेगी नहीं, तो आज उससे ज़्यादा अच्छा बॉल बल्ले पे आएगा.
मेरे ख्याल में फिर स्कोर भी उतना ही अच्छा होगा, तो चेज़ करने के लिए भी इतनी तकलीफ होनी नहीं चाहिए. आई थिंक गेटेबल है कहीं 275-300 के बीच में.
कोशिश ये है कि हमारी 250 के अंदर हम इनको करें तो इजी हम चेज़ कर सकते हैं.
चलिए, गुड लक फॉर द गेम.
थैंक यू.
Yes, that was the coach of Pakistan women cricket team. He was describing that we are performing slightly below par, but hope so that today's game will surely give us 2 points. And we are expecting that towards T20 World Cup, we surely be doing well. And let's see if Pakistani women can do a better job today, because they need 2 points badly here. Pakistan versus England cricket team, that is what we have got for the day. And the coach was also saying that this surface is looking much better than the previous one. The surface has changed. They're using the other pitch today, and hope so that this will change our destiny too. The umpires are in the center, and I have got Mr. Shiva along with me, and that's Rashid Riaz. on your screen. And how are you? Good morning, Shiva.
I'm good. Thank you, Izzaz. It's good morning to everyone wherever you are in the world, and welcome to Kinrara Oval. This is the game number 2 between England's women and Pakistan women's team for the ICC Championship qualifiers. And it's a very important game for Pakistan, as the first game was won by England quite comfortably there. And this is Asif Yaqub is officiating the umpire, taking strike. And as usual, the quickie, Diana, is onto her mark. Is that quite good conditions for a game of cricket? It's hot and humid out there. Still, we're expecting a cracker of a game from Kinrara, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. It's all set. The field is set and the bowler is ready. And this is Tammy Beaumont for England. It's opened as 70th game for her. 2,366 runs on her bank, 42.25 average. And it was a very good 100 she made in the last game, alongside with Tenny Wyatt. It's all set to go. It's Diana Bag. It's a 22nd game for her. It's first ball of the game underway. Nicely bowled onto the legs. Still, there's a hint of a swing there. And I'm being joined by Izzaz as well. Thank you, Izzaz.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, let's hope that Pakistani girls can do much better thing here, because English cricketers, they've been doing a brilliant job. Both openers, they did well by scoring 188 runs in the opening partnership. Beaumont and Wyatt. Yeah, let's see if Pakistan bowlers can start earlier.
Length there, Yorker in length has been in any situation of the game. As a good point, you mentioned the partnership between Tammy Beaumont and Daniel White. 180 runs partnership in the last game. And as well, what will be the impact?
That's the replay of the previous delivery, Yorkland delivery. And I think so. It's really a good way to deliver like this into the block hole, not to give anything to the batter. On the pad, drifting down the leg side. That ball was hitting on the pads, but the impact was surely looking down the leg side. So good to see him. Beaumont and Watt, let's see if they can do it properly here again one more time in the second ODI of this series.
Over 3 dot balls in the row, and it's good to have good to see the bowlers are putting their effort and learn from what happened in the last game. Things will be discussed. There's a plan to get these 2 wickets, at least one of them in the first power play, and which gives them more time and more opportunities. Still no runs on the board for England.
Yes, Beaumont, look on that delivery. That was slightly over pitching and giving a bit of the thing towards offside. But she was not much comfortable when the ball was hitting on the pads, almost in the middle stump. So Diana should be looking and keeping her mind alive that where she should be pitching the deliveries. So what?
बस एक पीछे जाइए
नहीं इधर ही रुक
English side Steer. They were pretty decent and very much experienced girls there in the side, rather than when you're talking about the Pakistani women cricket team. And there you go, 73 matches for Denny Watt, over 1,000 runs. She has got won 3 figures and a 52. All they're opting Nina Dart from the other end with a spin, and the fast delivery was right on target. She's just getting one slip. 73 matches, 66 wickets.
Good line and length there from the spinner, Nida. And this is what exactly the techniques from Pakistan as well from the last game. Started off with a quick from the far end and a spin from the Kinrara end. And dancing down the track and is clear with fans, and that's raised to the boundary for 4 as the first boundary of the innings for England.
Yes, she used her feet well. Nida was just given a bit of the flight, and she has just disturbed the line. Look at that, bit of flight and out of the crease, pitching it down to the covers. Gone 4 runs. So the boundary came in the second over. Will surely give her a bit of the confidence as Denny Watt, well, she has started here. Same the way that where she was playing in the previous game.
And from the ball go, this is what Daniel White has been doing from last game as well. And there is no hesitation to dance down the track as soon as we saw the spinners around. Nicely bowled, adjusted, good line and length there. Striking to the stump, onto the stumps, and nicely played in front of the ice. Good adjusted line and length there, but that's misfield at the point.
I think that is the point where Pakistani girls should be looking to improve themselves, because grabbing the ball on the first attempt and just release it quickly. Though that you have just got a hand on the ball but not been able to stop runs.
Okay, oh, that's a wicket that's straight gone to the fielder. As good breakthrough for Pakistan. As a 1 wicket down for England. And that is Daniel White, the in-form batsman, a centurion from the last game.
Yes, it's a big one. Denny Watt, she was just trying to clear the extra cover. Again, trying to get a boundary, but this time couldn't find the gap. She can only find the Bisma Maroof, the captain. 6 runs scored on 6 deliveries. So it's 6 for 1.
The live broadcast you're watching on your screens, it's an IPG group production for Pakistan Cricket Board. The last wicket will give Pakistan some calm their nerves, and by seeing what happened in the last game, and the good partnership of the last game has been broken in this. And good to see the off spinners is operating in the power play of the 50 overs especially. Good delivery again. Diana is just concentrating on that middle and leg stump line. And if you see in the last game, they've been hit for quite a number of 4s in that region, but still she's not hesitated to change and bowl at the same line and length. And is her ability is to swing the ball, and if she can get something out of this pitch, that will be another breakthrough for her as well, and it will help the team of Pakistan to reduce the number of runs has been given. And there it is again, but this time straight to the fielder. Direct hit, no harm done.
Yes, exactly. As you spoke about Diana, she's pitching the ball on the pads. And Nidada, well, she has got the brilliant job in the first over. Now will surely add some more confidence, because one wicket in earlier all the time is good to see from the bowling unit.
Appealing for a catch behind. A good swing there. That on the offside, the off-stump channel.
It's a good time. The ball is new. You have got a slip in the cordon. Pitching it a bit slightly away from the batter. And just give them an opportunity to drive through. Because when you're giving a batter to play on, she must be giving a bit of the chances to the opponent side.
Chance of a run out there. No hand coming safely. And is the first run for Tammy Bawand after 10 deliveries.
Yeah, that happens because when your mate has just gone earlier, she has left. So it might be she's thinking that she has to perform well here, the way that she did in the previous game. There you go, he's a knight, and that's a match, and 2,714 runs. Good average. Three figures one time, 18 for 50 runs.
Nicely done there, Dag down to the third man. And the skipper is off the mark.
Now let's see, it's Christmas month, and that's also the month of her birthday. The English cricket captain, and let's see if she can do better here for the side by winning this series for them. They are one up in this series. Pakistan will have to do more extraordinary cricket today.
Nicely bowled again, concentrating on that outside off-stump channel. No run, 3 overs gone, 8 for 1.
Yes, away 1 wicket so far, and that's by Nidada. That she's been the beauty. And let's see if they can continue the skill, the creepy she has got here. 1 slip is still there. 3 overs. In terms of scoring runs, it's slightly on the lower side. 8 runs in 18 deliveries. They have just got 10 dot deliveries in this proceed so far. Nida, she has got 1 slip. And that's a better line.
Delivery there, just concentrating on that off-stump channel. And good to see the slip in place based on, there is no hint of a spin yet. We have not seen that. But the captain kept going on with the spinners.
But it was a time then the English players, they were thought to be that they're not good hitters of the spinner, but in the recent time, look at that beauty. They have done a wonderful job, gone for 4. In the previous over, she has got a wicket, but this time, that's a boundary, a counter-attack.
Is drifting down to the pads, and a good thing, the placement is perfect, and that race to the boundary.
Yes, exactly. Either Knight, she's really an experienced content player. What we can say, like, if she can continue with her skill, she can really do better. Yeah, look at that. That was superbly timed, but couldn't find the gap.
As we have seen Tammy Beaumont in the last game as well, when Danny White is going on with the full flow of the bat, and she gave a good support, and maybe the techniques from the team as well is to let her do what she's good at and take her own time. It's nice, good, another dot delivery there. Take her time and then give some support to the rest of the batsmen. And we have seen Heather Knight, the skipper, came in and quick 40 fire last game, and she might be expected to be on the same plan as well. Another dot delivery to end the over. 4 overs gone, 12 for 1, England. This is where the last match stands between England's women's team and Pakistan. England have won the toss in the last game as well, scored 284 runs for loss of 6 overs, and both Beaumont and Danny White opened the batting for England, as both have made centuries. 180 runs partnership between them, and pick of the bowlers for Pakistan and England. The debutants done a great job for both the teams. And as back alive, this is good bowling. Is concentrating that Yorker length, and which should trouble the batsman in any time and any day of any location of the ground.
Yes, but one thing that has been a bit of the teasing factor as a bowling unit, that these are the runs which have been scored here inside the 30-yard circle, because in the first power play the fielders are inside, and still these batters, they're managing to get singles. So the fielders are, I think, so more behind on the circle. They should be coming a couple of steps more near to the batting side, to the crease.
That is a way swing out on the outside the off-stump channel. This is the first time we are seeing after the seam, the ball seamed and gone away from the batsman. And she's a kind of a bowler who relies on the swing and absorb whatever the assistant she could get from the pitch. And it's good to see that she's been encouraged to do so. Nicely adjusted there. More importantly, the dot balls, which even in the 50 overs or 20 overs, the dot balls are the golden balls. And that gives pressure building to the batters.
Yes, exactly. And at this stage, Pakistan should be looking to get another breakthrough, because if these two, Beaumont and Knight, they allow them to settle down, they will surely dent them well.
Nicely bowled again. Like the fact that she's just concentrating on that channel and not giving too much of a room to free the arms of the batter as well, and which will give you more or kind of an opportunity and build the pressure, and then maybe a change of a delivery will give an impact and get into the zone of getting those wickets.
Yes, Pakistan's captain Bisma Maroof was there. She's really doing well today. As a captain, she has done a great job for Pakistan's cricket, winning 2 times gold medal in Asian Games in China. Bisma Maroof, there she is. She was also the part of ICC Cricket World Cup, done well, leading the side in a tremendous way. And under her captaincy, Pakistan won the first time against New Zealand. That she was leading the team well.
And come back to this game, she might be going through a lot of things on her mind. That is just gone underneath her, and that is raced to the boundary for 4. Could have been a stop, but it's just tough one. At the end of 5 overs, 17 for 1 England.
"17 runs so far after 5 overs.
As a change of a combox. Welcome for the first time, Mr. Sikandar.
5 overs gone, 17 for 1. Nida continuing from the Kinrara end. There's a good shout for a caught behind. Umpires not interested. They've had a good start, Pakistan. No complaints, especially getting the wicket of White early. I'd like to capitalize on that, as this too looks like a good wicket to bat on. So England would like to cross what they got earlier in the first game. And morning to you, Henry.
Good morning. This is the start that Pakistan wanted. It's the wicket that Pakistan wanted as well early on. Daniel Wyatt, such a dangerous player. There's a good addition to the total from an England point of view. 4 more runs, and Tammy Beaumont starts to show a little bit of fluidity and fluency in her innings.
We're coming back to this game. Just a few things that we are trying to prepare ourselves with in terms of the technical glitches, but then now it seems okay. So here we are now, talking about the second ODI. Good toss to win, and no doubts in the England captain's mind that wants to bat first. Surprised a bit. Both sides didn't go for any changes whatsoever. I would still say England wouldn't want to. They want to continue with the winning combination. Pakistan probably could have made a few changes, but then your question would be who?
I think you look at the challenge that they gave England in that first game, and there was certainly a suggestion in the latter stages of that second innings, just for a while there, that we could have a real game on our hands. And you look at the sides up, as we mentioned, they're the same teams. England will feel that they got the job done in the first game. Pakistan will feel that they were well in it, and in that sense, perhaps unsurprising that we haven't seen any changes. Perhaps if England were to win this game, then they may look to give others opportunities in the final match.
They've left a bit of grass on this wicket that they're using today, compared to the one that was used a couple of days ago. You'd feel the ball would come nicely onto the bat. And shouldn't be much of a change when you come back to chase whatever score England puts up.
Well, certainly one thing we did see in that first game was that the way that pitch tore up as the day went on. By the end of it, it looked really used. It didn't actually misbehave as much as it would seem to suggest it might on appearance. There's no doubt about it, an opportunity for Pakistan here, because England, they have moved their batting lineup around. Danielle Wyatt pushed to the top to try and take the game away from the opposition early on, but to get her wicket early, as Pakistan have done, will just perhaps give them away into this game.
Yeah, in terms of the batting order, yeah, if they haven't made any changes to their side, England, they probably would want to shuffle things a bit. That's the first match batting card. The two openers, Beaumont and Wyatt, getting 100 each. 41 very important runs from Knight, the captain.
It's nicely played. all about the timing there from the England skipper Heather Knight. Just leaning on the ball and finding that gap.
.26 for 1 after that boundary. Nicely played, full face at the bat, and that will run away for a boundary. Had Diana got a finger to it, probably would have taken some pace away, but wasn't to be. End of the over, 30 gone. Sorry, 7 gone, 30 for 1.
As we can see from that timeline at the bottom of the screen, the majority of England's runs have come from boundaries rather than singles taken. Danielle Wyatt played a fine stroke over the covers, as is her natural tendency to do early on in the innings, but then was caught by the skipper off the bowling of Nida Dar. And that was a big breakthrough. The suggestion from the scorecard is perhaps England will have shuffled their batting lineup a little bit with Fran Wilson up to 4. We'll remain to see if that is the case. And it might be that there's a little bit of flexibility depending on what the situation of the game is, but the early breakthrough for Pakistan just changes the complexion of things. England's starting to find a little bit of rhythm now. And the key for the Pakistan side is that they avoid conceding easy boundaries and just make sure that they build that pressure. See if they can force another mistake.
Yeah, Bisma on the screen, she was talking about this fielding factor, how important it is at the time of the toss. And they feel that they can, you know, avoid giving away those extra 20, 25 runs through the 50 overs by just rushing up a bit more on the fielding. A bit of drift in that, just dipping into the right-hander.
And though the margin of victory in the last game, 75, seems a lot, it's one of those where had perhaps a few extra runs that could have been saved in that first innings been retrieved and kept inside the rope, say, and then the target was just a little bit less, then the desperation of the strokes towards the back end of the second innings may have been less as well, and you never know how the game would play out. So these small margins can make a big difference.
Also truly believe the talent is there. We've seen flashes of brilliance. Pakistan when chasing. You and I were sitting when Bisma was having a partnership going on. You just feel that you need to understand individual roles more in terms of game plan. You feel that Pakistan at a certain stage of a game, they're in it, and suddenly they lose their way and they lose the grip. Bisma was losing partners, running out of partners. She had small partnerships with some of her team members. But it's just that, the finishing touch. Probably then that 75-run gap could be squeezed a little closer and looks more of a fight.
It's something that's been an issue to an extent in the women's game for some time. The former England coach Mark Robinson mentioned it a lot about the relative lack of internationals that are played if you compare with men's international cricket. And with that, inevitably, means that you get less experience of game management and getting over the line and learning how to do that. For the simple reason that your experiences of being in those positions are far fewer. And so if you're in that position on a regular basis where perhaps you do need a partnership and you have to just manage things and see yourself through an awkward little stage, then if you're used to doing it, then it becomes second nature, and such is the relative infrequency of women's one-day internationals compared to in the men's game. Certainly, it's something you almost have to learn as you go, because you can have as many net practices as you like and you can be striking the ball perfectly in practice. But as we see from that scorecard, there was a real phase in that first match where particularly the efforts of Bismar with the 69 and then Alia with that quick fire 39 at more than a run a ball really did suggest that Pakistan were in the game, and then it just fell away towards the end as those 3 final wickets fell for just a contribution of 1 run. But they weren't as far away, Pakistan, as the 75 run margin might seem.
32 for 1 after 8.
Wide call by the umpire. That was excitement from behind the stumps. It was sharp work from the keeper. And just for a moment, it looked like England captain Heather Knight might have just moved that back leg, but the umpire at square leg not interested.
Coming back to the point you were making about the relevance and, of course, having more of an opportunity to be playing competitive games rather than and then in turn learning the art of finishing a game. Well, it's just that
This could be close.
direct hits, always interesting, but this time shy of the stumps. We saw Pakistan facing Australia on this very ground. You just get a feeling when you're facing Australia that you can't lose your grip on the match, because they can come back, slight sniff, and then they'll completely turn the table and take control. It's like the in-your-face attitude. There are always opportunities available to them, especially in this format, 50 overs, where you at least get, I'd say, 3 chances over the course of a game to come back.
Well, Australia are the masters at seeing matches through to their conclusion and winning games when perhaps they don't have the right to at times, because they're far behind the match and they're far behind, it would seem, perhaps the run rate, or the side that they're playing has lost wickets, but they're just so good at getting those wins, and that becomes a habit. Beaumont again looks patient at the crease. Just 7 from 25. I spoke to her after that first ODI, and she said it wasn't necessarily the prettiest 100 that she's ever scored, but you know, I think she'll be well aware that you'd rather score a patient 100 than an extravagant and exciting 10.
You notice most of the batters from either side, very high backlift. Her stance reminds me of Johnny Bairstow all the time.
Almost that baseball swing,
yeah.
High bat. You'll see the same with Amy Jones in the England batting lineup, very similar.
There you go. Nicely done, leaning into that. Just opening the face enough to beat that fielder at backward point. Good boundary, good confidence to be on.
And what you see there from Tammy Beaumont is that she seems a little more comfortable with the pace of the pitch. She's weighted the number of balls that she has to feel that she knows how this surface is going to play, and then was confident enough to advance to the bowling of Diana Baig and come forward and then just lean on that ball with perfect timing, and it flashed away through backward point for 4.
Well played. Once again, back-to-back boundaries. This was fuller on the occasion, and middle in leg is what Diana is aiming at the moment. She's getting a hint of swing, but it's just not enough. And the batter is also ready. Nicely driven on the onside.
And we mentioned that experienced players get from playing a multitude of international matches and learning almost how to manage games. And Tammy Beaumont is somebody that started her England career a number of times, really, in and out of the side. And actually, it was the introduction of Mark Robinson as head coach in 2016. The first series that he was in charge in England was against Pakistan. And Tammy Beaumont really shone, scored a number of hundreds, and hasn't looked back since. And she's somebody that you can see her game has developed, and she's got so much more patience now to start the innings. 15 from 28, but let's not forget those two boundaries have vastly inflated the run rate that she's been going at. And so it's been a slow start, but she backs herself to catch up.
Can you point anyone out here on the screen who probably look out for in terms of batters?
Well, padded up on the left is Amy Jones. She's a big hitter. When she gets going, she can score a lot of runs. And has recently been playing for Perth in the Big Bash League in Australia. And I think we'll probably feel a little disappointed not to be opening in this series. In the last 3 series for England, she has been at the top of the order alongside Tammy Beaumont, but has moved down to 5. Partly you would have thought because she now has the full responsibility of keeping wicket in place of Sarah Taylor, who's recently retired. And so England have just moved things about because, of course, if you're keeping for 50 overs and then suddenly out there opening the batting, that's quite a strain physically. But she and Nat Siver the all-rounder, real talents, and the sort of players that teams look for in the modern game, who, coming in after maybe 35 overs with a platform set, can take a good score to an unbeatable one. But England will want this partnership. This is really the rock around which England's batting is built. Beaumont and Knight are the two most solid you'd look at.
That's well stopped. That's well done. Surely stopping a couple. Yeah, that's the point why I was looking at the England dugout. In the first game, of course, the limelight was taken by the first 3 batters rather. Who is there in that dugout who can actually play on 50 overs if England is to lose a wicket here?
Well, you'd say that Siver and Jones have that ability. I mean, they are expansive players. But England will also perhaps not be too afraid of seeing that challenge being set to them, because particularly with the new coach now here watching on, there'll be a sense that they want to be able to all prove what they can do in every different little situation in games. There's a bit of fancy footwork to stop the boundary.
Not a very good idea. At the end of the day, it's done the job, saved the run. 10 overs gone, it's 45 for 1.
So far 4.5. There's the run rate, and we have got some problem down there. Alia Riaz, she has just got some problem with the shoulder. The physio is having a bit of the work with her. Still, I think so she's saying that when she's delivering the ball at that time, she's feeling some sort of pain. It's a good one. Have a cold spray. because really hot in the center. Temperature has gone up to 29 at this time. When the match was started, it was 27 Celsius. And Shiva is along with me, the local guy. He has got more information than me. So at this time, we've heard that mostly in Malaysia, it rained a lot in the second part of the day.
Yeah, it will be in the second part of the day. It's definitely at this time around in the world. And this is Alia Reyes, who bowled pretty well in the last game. And Captain asked her to brought back into the attack. Yes, coming back to the weather conditions here is in the morning you will feel the hot and humidity is on high. And at this time of the year, mostly you will see the rain coming down and it will be pouring down in the evenings around 4 to 6 o'clock in the evenings. But we'll come back to that. Full toss. Oh, that is a miss field where the ball racing towards the boundary. Yes, it does. Ball win the race. 1 more 4 added to the total of England.
It was really a wonderful hit because Peter losing a bad delivery. She was trying to get a Yorkland delivery, getting low full toss. Look at that. She has timed that to the perfection. Bit of misfield, and look at that beauty that has produced through the gap. Gone for 4.
Oh, nicely done. Very well bowled. A good comeback delivery though. Yes, coming back to the weather conditions, and even it rains and it pours down like some of those games we had here in the night, and from 7 to 7:30 it was pouring down, and in 30 minutes time you can actually resume the game. There's a good drainage system and good maintenance they have been doing from a Malaysian cricket point of view, and this ground is very busy ground. Oh, very good delivery there. There is a hint of a swing from Alia, which we have not seen much of these swing deliveries from her in the last game.
There you go. Bit of away swing, keeping it good eye on the ball. And they're really lucky that umpire hadn't given that a wide delivery.
Yeah. There's a change of a pace. This is what she's been done, and she's been doing from the last game as well. And this is a kind of a wicket, as it looks pretty good to bat on. But at the same time, if you take the pace off the ball, and not even in the first or last 10 overs or any time of the day, and this will give you a chance for the bowler to get into. And this is sorry, you come back to that.
Mr. Javed.
Yeah.
Who's the match referee for the game, and this time again they've been producing a bit of the gap. Well, Alia Riaz, she was the leading wicket taker from Pakistan in the Cricket World Cup T20. That's the match referee for the day.
That is Mr. Kalidas, which much known umpire in the local part, in this part of the world.
I met him earlier today.
Oh, nicely bowled, appearing for a caught behind. Umpire is not interested. That is the end of over number 11. There is a very good delivery right on that spot of the Yorker length, and you can see the swing in the air. And no damage done for England, and good to see the seam are getting a swing out of the pitch today. As end of over number 11, 50 for 1. Is the match official for today, match referee. Dancing down the track, oh, missed it, but gone into the wrong direction, not as anticipated. Is targeting the eye on the mid wicket. Back to the bowler. It's good to hear constantly from behind the stumps encouraging the bowlers. It's nowadays all the keepers does this.
Yes, exactly. Keep the things alive.
Dance down the track and cleared. Gone for 4 on the onside this time. As pitched in middle and leg and capitalized it completely over the infield and raced to the boundary.
She's pacing her inning beautifully. Would you see that first when she arrived in the centre to bat on, she took her time. And now on 33 deliveries, she came up 30.
This time on the onside, straight to the fielder. It looks like she has taken the role of Daniel White, what she have done in the last game, and they're keeping Beaumont to as what she is good at, and pacing her innings slow and steady. And this is the kind of openers which are really required as one person going at a good pace, and this is to stabilize the innings. Another good delivery and good stop there.
Yes.
Captain herself.
It is, because you see in both these two deliveries, they were really overpitched. One is towards onside, the other is towards offside. So back-up length will surely give a bit of runs here.
Oh, this is going racing to the boundary again on the onside as a good effort from the fielder. But the ball win the race again, and the outfield is lightning quick, and you just need to time the ball with the perfection.
Yeah, Cedar is in a good nick. She has just flicked it towards onside. A bit of power coming onto the bat, and look at her all along the carpet. It's just sailing through nicely. The fielder was after it, but couldn't stop it. Gone for 4. These are the boundaries coming towards on and offside.
There's a 50 partnership between Tammy Beaumont and the skipper herself, Heather Knight. 52 of 62 deliveries, going at a rate of 83.9 as a strike rate. And that 16 runs picked up by Beaumont and 34 for the skipper. Earlier to continue our good bowling there, targeting that swing and also onto the pads. As you see, the batter is dancing down the track, and good bit of adjustment there from the bowler's point of view.
Yes, exactly. She saw earlier. Now she's just trying to come down the track, making a bit of the more fuller, a sort of Yorkland delivery. That's what has been advised from the backward to keep this line. That's really a good line for her.
Again, straight to the fielder, no run.
Yeah, Pakistan must be happy that if they can stop and cut down the boundaries, just give a couple of runs in every over, so that might be that English players, they will be thinking that it's a time for them to go over the top and can make some mistakes. And it's much time left here. English players, they're not panic. Another dot.
And comparing from the last game and today, and the improvement on the field is much, much higher. And also the bowling department. Both the departments are actually been improved, and this is 53 dots as far as in the 12 overs, which is almost 10 overs.
Yes, exactly. That's what is the plus for Pakistan point of view, that they have really improved. They have learned from their mistakes in the first game. And losing 8 games in a row from a side is not a good stat for any point of view. So Pakistan should be looking to change their destiny tonight in this game, and can break the shackles, win the first game against English cricket team. It should be a team effort from Pakistan.
Oh, chance of a caught at a slip cordon. The ball just raced to the boundary there. Good effort. Just slightly away from the slip cordon.
Yes, a couple of steps away from her. Look at that. Just travelled through quickly. So she tried her level best to grip the ball, but the ball was out of her reach. That's why she couldn't do much better than that.
That might encourage the captain Bisma to go on to second slip as well, as Alia is going quite well. And a couple of overs we have seen the swing is she's absorbing that swing better than anyone else. And nicely guided to the point.
13 overs gone, 63 for 1. Nida is the only highlight of the time so far. 15 runs for 1 in 3 overs. So Diana, Alia and Sandhu should be looking to get a breakthrough here. And they must be looking to give a good shoulder along with her. Get a couple of wickets and make her job more easier. Because when you're playing as a team, you need to strike on every delivery. Try to give more than 100%, because when you've lost the first game, you need to come back strongly in this second game. Make some changes in defense, but both teams, they are gone with the same sides.
Yep, and both have not changed the squad. It's an opportunity for the newcomers as well, the two debutants, and getting the 2 games in a row. And both of them have done a great job in the last game for both the teams. Wide-ish delivery and just straight to the fielder, unable to capitalize that. She might be upset on that. Just within her reach, unable to find the gap. Oh, that is a flight delivery, but good shot. As raised to the boundary for 4.
Well, that was well hit. She picked up the gap. Vaima did well. She couldn't stop the ball. Look at that, just drifting down the leg side. She made this room for her, just playing it late down to the long leg region, and she knew that fine leg was up inside the 30 yards, but deep with wicket couldn't stop the ball on the boundary. So 4 runs. So runs are coming.
And it could have been a deliberate delivery, as she saw the batter is coming, dancing down the track, and just trying her luck to go into her way, but ended up giving her onto the pads and gone for 4.
Well, I think so. She should have done like just took up the pace of the ball.
Yep.
Just make a slower one and disguise the batter.
Another good delivery, another dot delivery there. Yeah, they made it the point of dot deliveries as compared to the last game. Most of both the teams have actually done a pretty good job on that. It is just that this is time gone straight to the point and into the hands of the quickie Diana, and that's a wicket number 2 for Pakistan. England lost of a second wicket, 67 runs on the board.
Yes, she was just trying to play it late. She did well, but she couldn't hold the ball down. The back foot point was there at Nashra. Tammy Beaumont, Centurion in the previous game, made only 21 in 38 deliveries. England 67 for 2.
Watch this ball pitched in the zone to hit, but Tammy Beaumont managed to just find the fielder point there, and she's disappointed with that.
Yes, exactly. The ball was there, back off length, and she could have played anywhere. But straight to the fielder, and lost her wicket there.
And also, it's a learning curve from the last game, and take the pace off the ball, especially at this time of the day, and especially after the first power play, ball is softened up, and it gives you more chance when you take the pace off, especially on these kind of conditions on the wickets, and not easy to time the ball. Rather, you have to place the ball, and you have to read the deliveries out of the hands and how slow they're coming towards you.
Yes, exactly. It's a time when Pakistan can really give another punch. But Natalia Eskeva just arrived in the centre. 66 matches, 1,785 runs. Experience is there. 2 centuries, 13 50s. She can bat well.
Good bowling there, good bowling, concentrating that line, and good first up delivery for the incoming batsman. Speaking of Natalia Eskeva, average of 37 in the ODIs. She's joined with her captain, Heather Knight.
Yeah, sometimes you feel sort of pressure while batting with a captain, that if you're not accepting their advices. And this time, both openers, they couldn't make the impact. Is 188 runs in the first game today. They've not been able to score much healthier than the previous game, and Pakistan did well. Nida and Nashra shared 1 wicket each.
Natalia Eskeva is going at a good average in the last couple of series. 57 at this point of time. Nicely guided.
They need to stick with their plans, because at this stage, if Pakistan can get another wicket, it will be a blessing for them. Eskeva, if they can take her, because Knight will not give an easy way for them. Alia, the girl from Rawalpindi. We have got another one, the Rawalpindi Express, Shoaib Akhtar. She's also from that same city.
The way she holds the ball, it reminds me of that. Yeah. I didn't exactly know where she was from. Yeah. But yeah, as the similarities are there, yes, not in terms of the pace, but the holding of the ball and the body language. Yeah. Drifting down to the pads, and nicely done. Racing to the boundary. Yes, it does. That is pure timing, and you bowled the batsman of Knights, the form she has right now, and she can put those deliveries at any point of time to the boundary.
It's drifting down the leg side. Look at that beauty, flicking it away, just putting into the gap, and fielders were unable to even reach near to the ball. They were nowhere in the frame, so that is superb timing.
And also Olia is trying to take the pace of the ball as well, and that is, and still going down to the pads, and just a single there, rightly sent back.
Well, I think Alia, she's just trying to deliver it somewhere down to the middle stump or maybe the leg stump. That's why she's trying to get some more pace on that. Just drifting down the leg side. That's not a good line, because when you're getting 2 or 3 boundaries on the same line, you need to change that, because the batter, she's been finding it very comfortable just to play on that delivery. Now they have gone with mid-off, mid-on, and super cover is coming inside the 30-yard. Towards offside, super cover. That has came in, and from onside they have got a slip in place.
It should be the line and length. It should be just outside the off-stump channel. Yes, it is. Still managed to guide it down to the third man for a single. As you could see, the army of 4 girls are on the offside, patrolling that inner circle.
Yes, a good. Just trying to cover the scoring areas for a batter, and whenever you've been trying hard and been able to stop the runs, the batter will surely find a new ways to score runs and can make mistakes.
Nicely done. Just another single to end the over. Over number 15, 74 for 2.
It's 15 gone, 74 for 2. Both the openers back in the dugout. Now the captain played a very important 40-odd knock the other day. Today 44 or 43. He's run a ball and rejoins me. Now is the moment for the other batters to now express themselves. They've got a good, fair opportunity with still 35 overs to go. Nicely cut away. There was width available, finding the gap as well. That's how good she is in her 100th game today. 48 not out now.
Special day for Heather Knight, the England captain, who plays in her 100th one-day international, which is, well, it's a big achievement. To represent one's country at any level is a huge thing. To do it 100 times and also to captain as well. How she'd love a big score today.
That's a good ball. The delivery that got Beaumont out wasn't really anything extraordinary. It's just the fact that she was playing away from the body. Just a shot that Knight played. Probably she wanted to do that. Instead, that slice of the bat, it was in such an angle that she ended up just handing it to backward point. Soft dismissal. She's really good with the timing. Exactly knows how to pick the gaps.
And one of those batters who, you see it in the world game, the likes of Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson, Joe Root in the men's game, those right at the upper echelons of batting who, almost without you noticing, suddenly almost reach 50. They can go on to get big scores just by ticking that scoreboard over, and if the boundaries aren't coming, they still find a way just to make sure that the runs do keep coming, and that's so important.
16 gone, 79 for 2. And it's Drix. So done with the drinks and back to live action. 16 overs bowled, 79 for 2, and here comes Alia. She's got that teasing length that she bowls, and she also gets the ball to move away slightly. Good thing about that is she commits the batters to come out of the crease, just get onto their front foot. At times she tends to just stray down the leg side, and that's where she gets the runs going against her. Every time she bowls full or middle leg, she doesn't plug that gap. It's plugged right now, deep square leg. Otherwise, it's a long run for the fine leg fielder. That's the one.
Well, I'm not sure. It took just a moment or two for England captain Heather Knight to realise she'd reached her half-century. She brings it up from 49 deliveries, so a strike rate just over 100. It's those 10 fours that have done the bulk of the work to get her to that figure. And she's played with timing, patience, and she looks set.
Very well done. That's what Bisma Maroof has been looking for from her team members. 100% commitment, and surely saved a couple there.
Well, this is exactly what we spoke about during the first one-day international at Sikandar, which is 3 years ago when Pakistan were playing in England. That sort of shot would have brought 4 runs potentially, but such is the improvement in Pakistan's fielding that it just means that they stay in these games.
That's a good ball. Just enough width, which is not really too easy and within the zone for the batter. Yeah, good fielding. It was the captain herself, Bisma, who dived on that occasion, and surely just lifts the team members up. The captain is leading by example. Nicely done and well placed. Timing on that one. Didn't give much time to sweeper cover to come around. Javeria had no chance whatsoever to cut that off. Beautifully played. That's what I was talking about. You mentioned rightly about Virat Kohli and Williamson. She's no big fuss about her game. She just comes in, leans in, uses timing, picks up the gaps nicely, and in no time you see that she's crossed 50.
The first time in this over that Ali has just given that extra hint of length and width that has offered the opportunity for runs. But it was with the bat that Ali really shone in that first game.
Coming back tonight and her batting, just talk about so pleasing to the eye when you watch her bat. No stroke is about power. There's no power hitting in here. It's just about how she plays up to the merit of the ball, and she extracts those runs. And very good at rotating strike as well, which is why she goes a runner ball. She did that in the first game as well. And that could be very irritating for the opposition, because if you are a flashy player, then you're providing opportunities as well to the opposition. But here, she just crafts everything in terms of her innings.
And knows when to defend as well, because that was a good ball and there wasn't the opportunity to find the angle, because this line has to be absolutely perfect from Nida Dar, because there's no fielder at third man. And so if there is any width, the ball's at all short, and Heather Knight's going to have that chance, as she tried to do there, to run that ball down and pick up another boundary. And so there is not much margin for error, and so far this has been a pretty good over, bar that wide at the start. And the first couple of legitimate deliveries have ensured that the England skipper doesn't have the room.
Well bowled again. Yeah, which is why they've got Diana at the backward point area, because she's quick, even if she has to chase one down. She's got one of their best fielders in that position. She's the one who took the catch.
Now, one thing you don't want to do to Nat Siva is drop the ball short.
Direct hit would be nice. Probably keeper feels should have rushed onto the ball instead of waiting for it to come to you. It just all happens very quickly.
Nicely timed. Almost too well timed, because it got to that fielder quickly.
Good over this from Dar. It's bowling into the right-hander. It's not providing much space for that bat swing. $18 gone, 90 for 2.
The game is balanced in an interesting point here, because a couple of wickets onto this scorecard makes it very interesting. If this partnership continues for another 10, 12 overs, then England will look set for a big total. So often the middle overs can see a little bit of a lull in the action in 50-over cricket, but you sense this is crucial.
Excellent point, which is why I was just thinking that as a bowling unit, you don't want to be happy with just giving away singles and feeling that you're not giving away too many runs in terms of boundaries. You've got to take wicket, because if you don't get a wicket here at this stage in the next 3, 4, 5 overs, then you're looking at these two moving around till the 35th, 40th over and just messing it up completely. 90 for 2, that's a good shot. That's again, she's beaten Javeria. Timing is everything about Knight. She played it with such ease, but amazing legs on that. Just raced away.
And it's not a short boundary square of the wicket on the offside. She's hit that hard, and she's just managed to, again, beat the dive of Javeria, who's probably only starting 10 yards away or so away from where the ball ends up, but it's just racing to the ropes.
Probably you would want that fielder to be a slightly squarer after those two boundaries in that region. That's the wagon wheel for Knight. Brilliant. 62, and she's still on. 60 deliveries to face. That 12 boundaries is the highlight of it. And none of those shots have been even half a chance for anyone.
And you see the majority of the runs coming square at the wicket. And that's what she does so well. As you mentioned, it's about working the angles, finding the timing, and particularly on the offside, finding those gaps for 4 runs.
Pakistan surely has worked around on a few things. They must have had a good look at what these strengths are for various batters, which is why probably that has helped them get wide early. She got lots of runs in the extra cover region. Today they've offered more deliveries to Knight outside that off stump, and which is why you see more runs being scored square of the wicket on the offside. But she's done equally well on the onside as well. Anything given by Alia especially onto the legs, and she's dispatched it for a boundary. 19 gone, 96 for 2.
But when that final delivery of the over, you saw from Alia, it was just a little straighter and there wasn't the room for anything square, and that's how they need to look to bowl to the England captain, who at exactly a run of ball has played very nicely. And those 2 early wickets, Wyatt for 6, Beaumont for 21, Centurions in that first game, that's what you want. You want to get the early breakthrough, put pressure on those batters that didn't have the opportunity to spend time in the middle in the first match.
A wicket apiece for Nida and Nashra. It's so important what brand of cricket you want to play these days. We're just thinking that you don't see the quicks bowling any short balls here. No sledging, nothing like that. Similarly, Australia, when played here, there were a couple of bouncers, good ones. And you don't have to be express fast to choose that length, but we haven't seen anything. Everyone's so friendly out here.
I think what I'd say is I think that's probably thinking, and quite sensible thinking from Pakistan, as we see Ramim Shamin into the attack.
Oh, did that carry? Did that carry? There was a bit of a shout from the keeper. I think it falls short.
And the reason I say that is that all of England's top 5, as we see it's just dropped short, have been playing in the Big Bash League in Australia. So Wyatt, Beaumont, Knight, Siver, Jones, they've all played in the last month in Australia. So short pitch bowling, bouncy pitches is exactly what they'll be used to.
Not very happy with that effort there. Javeria inside the circle. She's there to save one. In her defense, probably was a little to her right.
And so what you've got is players that are used to facing deliveries that are going to be pitched just back of a length. So the slower, fuller bowling is perhaps what they're less comfortable with going into this series. So it may be a ploy from Pakistan to think that let's move away from what they're used to, particularly Siver and Jones, who are tall. They are powerful at the crease, and anything short, particularly Jones, they'll look to punish.
Because what we've seen up till now from Knight, especially because she's the one who spent more time out there, she doesn't play anything uppish. To have those boundary riders on the onside, they're not waiting for those catches, they're there to plug those boundaries. So if you want to initiate anything to make those two fielders catchers, you've got to change that length, try something short. Yes, you're not express fast, these are tall batters, but make them do something different.
Well, the danger is, as we see another single down the ground to long on, is that
100 up.
You could see a situation where 4 or 5 overs go by without a chance created, or not necessarily a boundary scored, but England's still moving forward quite rapidly, and that's what Pakistan need to avoid. They need to keep the pressure on.
Using feet and nicely placing that to the left of the fielder. Very well done. 20 overs gone, 104 for 2.
Second 50 can be quicker than 53 deliveries. So English cricketers, they've been making their place cemented here, and hope so that Knight, the way she has expressed herself, like 64 run a ball so far, she can go much better, like 3 figures. Nashra, 1 wicket for her in 17 runs, and let's see if she can take another one here. 4 overs so far. Economy's in 4.25. Let's see where she will be taking her fielders. Down the leg side, and that's been the hallmark so far from these English cricketers, that whenever they've been finding the bad deliveries, they are punishing them, but they have given a bit of the respect to the good deliveries.
Yep, as going at a good run rate so far, and, 250 is on. As if they go to this good delivery there again, drifting down the leg side, just given a single. Yeah, speaking of the way they pace the innings so far, Knight is doing a great job, and Scaver is giving a good company here. And the flighted delivery there, just down the ground.
Yes, that is what the wicketkeeper expressing, that you have to keep more 2-dot deliveries. Because in 6 deliveries, they need to keep 3-dot deliveries.
Another flight delivery there, but no run.
Keep the pressure on, because if you can really not allow the things at this stage to English cricketers, they might be feeling some sort of pressure.
Oh, that is nicely picked up from outside the off stump onto the leg side. There again, she's telling one more dot ball in this over. It's good to hear the keeper is guiding the bowlers and telling them what is right and where they are. There it is, and another dot ball.
Well, I think at this stage, what you can expect more like 21 overs gone, 108 for 2 England.
And there is a bowling card so far for Pakistan. Pick of the bowlers, the Nida and Nashra had a wicket each, and the rest all economy rates are so far so good. And remain is just 1 over. These are the 3 wickets for the debutant in the last game. Just reverse sweep, and we have not seen that shot yet in this, as the second wicket straight into the hands. This is came in the last wicket as an LBW. It's back live and wide down the leg side. Four wides as an extras given so far. Yeah, they're slowing down the pace, but then the ball raced to the boundary for 4. And slower in pace, but that give a chance to the batsman to free the arms, and it's outside the off stump as well, within the reach of the batter. And there it is, just slightly outside on the offside. It's good capitalization by the batters.
It's a sort of baseball.
Yeah.
Bit of room offered. And extras Pakistan, if we speak about and talk about the extras in the previous game, Pakistan gave 6 extras, but English cricketers 24, I think. Too many.
Again pitching on that leg and middle stump line, but then there is the good protection there in the boundaries on the onside. There is no one except the there is a change of field. We're about to speak about that. There is no one patrolling the boundaries on the offside. All of them are on the onside. Nicely bowled. Dot balls there. It has been a good rotation of the bowlers and by the skipper herself. As from the last game, we have seen her coming into the attack after 180 runs has been scored as a partnership and not been able to take any wicket out of it. And the captain herself came in, and we have not seen her today, as 2 wickets already down. Oh, nicely bowled. Oh, what a shot that was. For a moment, I thought it has gone straight to the fielder.
Yep.
He's deceived 2 of the fielders on the onside. Has gone for 4.
Yes, that's what you can call the perfection, because she picked up the gap. Look at that, when she left the ball. She was just thinking, bit of time, back of length delivery, just sitting it down to the deep mid-wicket, and 2 fielders from long on, and from the long leg, they were running after that, couldn't stop it. In that ball has crossed the fence for 4. Again, another 50 runs partnership. Natalie and Heather Knight, they've been doing a brilliant job on it. And 2, the strike rate. That is impressive. because more than run a ball. And it's exactly the time when English cricketers, they are lifting their game. Bismarck should be thinking here to get another wicket. And let's see which bowler can really give her a bit of the room, bit of the chance to get a wicket and can come back into this game.
Dancing down the track and just another single there. Yeah, that's what she's saying. It's getting easier for the batters to go on and move on with. But the captain and the bowlers will be looking to have a breakthrough. And this is the right time to get a breakthrough as well.
Yeah, see how comfortably they've been making their journey in the centre for English cricketers. No doubt England and Pakistan, they have got pretty decent here, 2019. They have just won the different ODIs, I think so 3 for English and 3 for Pakistan cricket team, the ODI series. This time, lifting towards onside, deep mid-wicket and gone for 4. Couple of bounces and umpire has confirmed it. That has really made that much easier for them.
This puts the Pakistan bowlers under pressure as a 4 and a 6. Good comeback there, targeting that stumps and not giving that room. As and when you pitch the ball right behind, it's easy for the batters to pick that length and put it on wherever they would like to.
Yes, exactly, because at that time they can easily find the time. And look at that, whenever she's putting the ball a little more fuller, the batter is feeling it more comfortable then too, coming down the track, approaching to the pitch of the ball and dictating their terms. And I think so, 126 in 23rd over. They have came along here according to the plans, English cricketers.
Yeah, it's not a bad total, even they lost the 2 wickets in the process. Oh, that's pull on the onside. And so far, we have not seen much trouble from the over 15 to in the 23rd over we are. We have not seen much trouble which are facing by the batters of England. 23 overs gone, 127 for 2. And this is the scorecard so far for England. 2 centurions from the last game departed earlier. And the captain herself, Heather Knight, has done a great job of scoring 73, run a ball. And Skyver giving it a good company, 23 of 21, going at a good rate. It just crossed the 50-run partnership, the second one in this game. Along with the captain. By looking at the score, the 250 to 280 runs, like similar to the last game, would be a good total to have it. And as we speak, the captain herself brought into the attack.
Yeah, it's a good move because change of bowling will surely, or maybe working for them. 107 games, 44 wickets. 4 wickets for 7 runs is the best card for her. And let's see if they can change all of with his experience, because Pakistan required a wicket here. Oh, that is pretty wide, and by Rashid Riaz has just confirmed it. Well, we had seen a bit of the looseness, but this is way much towards offside. I think she's just lost the grip.
Yep, she had just lost the grip, and not a regular to bowl, and she's coming in as to take some wickets, and you see the pace has been taken off completely, and you got to put your 100%.
Exactly. Might be that a batter should be disturbed with the pace, because before that the ball was coming more nicely on the bat, and this time a little bit gripping on the surface and maybe coming late on the bat can do a bit of the magic for Pakistan.
Oh, what a delivery it is, flighted and inviting to drive, or good to go with a sweep, but missed it completely on the leg stump.
Yeah, big swing. Look at that, a bit of flight. And she was just looking at the ball, trying to get a big swing, but couldn't do so. And I think so she felt better just to get off the strike. And it's better because when you're not been feeling comfortable, in the center, just give a strike to the opponent, to the other mate. And you were talking about the score like 280, 300.
Yeah.
In the last 5 games, England scored more, like in 3 games, more than 300. So 2 times crossing 250.
Another flight delivery there. Oh, the ball has gone down the ground. You can see the smile on the face of the skipper.
But that can be more added, more beauty, if she can take a wicket. But English cricketers, they are finding it really easy. Yes, they've been very much careful. At any time, you may pick up a bowler at whom you can attack and can score runs. It might be that bowler can give you a wicket too.
Yeah, speaking of which, it could be 1 or 2 overs of a difference, either to get a couple of wickets or score more than 15 runs. You will get 30 runs in 2 overs, and that changes the equation. As the end of over number 24, 132 for 2.
Well, spinners, they're operating quickly. 2 wickets so far. And Pakistan should be looking to get a couple of more here. Extras approaching 5, and Pakistan has had done a good job in the previous games, giving only 6 extras in a 50 overs game. So the bowling coach must be happy the way their bowlers not been overstepping, not been given so many extras.
There's a discussion going on between a skipper and the bowler. The change of a field on the onside.
Yeah, Bismay is a thinking cricketer. As spoken earlier, she has got 2 gold medals for Pakistan women. Over the years, Pakistan cricket has just improved a lot. Because, well, going back in 1990s or 2007 when Pakistan cricket was flourishing, it was not a good time at that stage. But Pakistan Cricket Board, they have done a great job by promoting the girls on different levels, giving the vision of much improved cricket for the ladies in the future. And this is another step that these girls, they have been performing well and showing their skills in the center, and the world is watching them. And they're not doing bad in this ICC Women's Championship. I think they are on number 5. In the, if they can get 6 points here by winning this game and next 2, they can really improve themselves on the top. Can come on number in among 4 top 4s.
Yeah, if Pakistan can, that's pulled over mid-wicket, just gone straight to the fielder just for a single. Yeah, coming back to that, if they can pick up at least 2 points around today, that gives them a good boost to go into the next game with confidence more, rather than just going with more pressure. And also it gives them some time to try out with the different options.
Yes, it is. And they're hoping today. The body language, the efforts, their commitment, showing in a positive manner.
Yeah, it's more of an intent on the field, which you will not be. You will be tested with the kind of a batting they had for England as the end of over number 25, 135 for 2.
back after the short break. 25 gone, 135 for 2. And starting off with a boundary again. The problem Pakistan would face now is the scoring rate. It's almost 5.5 runs and over, and consistently. And that's just the fact that we've been discussing. There's just slipping that grip that they had after getting those 2 early wickets. Captain Knight and Skipper have both been very good in keeping that strike rotation and the runs on the board going. It was Bisma in the first match. She came in to break that partnership, the opening stand of 189. She managed to get that, and then she removed herself from the attack. That's the idea probably today as well.
You sometimes see that with captains, that they don't bowl themselves enough. I almost feel that they should be handing it to others, but...
That's well stopped. She's taking the pace off. Really well done. It's hot outside. Humid conditions, not easy.
Now, Knight will no doubt about it. No, she's 18 runs away from 100. And it will be 100 in her 100th one-day international for England, 45 of those as captain, and the only other time she's reached 3 figures in ODIs against Pakistan in the World Cup in England 2 years ago.
How amazing would that be? 100 on your 100th game.
Well, it would be a special day for Heather Knight.
26 gone, 141 for 2.
And as she speaks to her batting partner, Natalie Siver, in the middle, I wonder what conversations are going on. They're fairly relaxed characters, the two of them. They're not the sorts that will get overly phased or stressed by a situation, but I think that they'll both know that if Knight can reach 3 figures, it would be a real bonus, a real achievement and crowning moment in a career that has done an awful lot already, but still has a lot more to go.
I think the chat between the two batters could be. It's just halfway through. 26 only bowled, 24 to go. They don't want to expose any more batters at this stage. Bat on till maybe with this partnership for another 10 overs. One of them bats right till the end. Likely, Knight would like to continue. She's changed gears for sure after reaching a 50. You see more intent. She's hit a 6, a boundary and an over. Looking to take some calculated risks, just to make sure that that run rate is within their control. They're looking to get 300. That's what she said at the toss as well. And with almost 24 overs to go, 150 shouldn't be a problem.
Would, from Pakistan's perspective, will they have in mind how many would be too many that they'd think that they could chase?
Well, the captain says 250 is what we want. Nothing more than that, ideally, in an ideal situation. But I think anything in the excess of 275 is a little too much to chase. Provided that the Bisma, Javeria get a big score. They are the most experienced ones. Saw good stuff from Alia as well with the bat. They need to get a good start, that's for sure. Sidra Amin needs to get amongst runs. Good use of the feet as well. 27 bowled, 144 for 2. You
look at that, 7 and over to get to 306. would be England's task. So they need to go at some rate to reach that 300 that Heather Knight spoke about. But with this partnership growing and growing, 83 from 86 for Knight, Siva there, 29 from 32, both going at a similar sort of rate.
Well, with more than half the runs on the board, Henry, I think one would feel that England would, if they don't get to 300, they'd think that they'd lost out on an opportunity. Because they've got that platform. All they need is to just build on that now.
We saw in that first one day international, the quick wickets falling at the end really reduced the number of runs that they did score eventually. So that's what Pakistan will be hoping for, that they can break partnerships at crucial times, because it's not just about getting the wickets, it's about when you get them and when you can build the most pressure.
It's the flight that she gives. You feel that she goes above the eye line. Must be tough for the batters. The ball just loops and then just dips on you. That's probably slipped. Well kept there by Nawaz.
It's the same sort of bowling you see from the likes of Poonam Yadav and Ekta Bisht for India, where the ball's tossed right up above the eye line and makes it very difficult to get away. Difficult to know where it's going to pitch as well.
Sarah did that the other day. Not consistently, but yeah. And it's just that when it comes down, the bounce is high as well. So if you're on the back foot, you're not in a very good position to clear the boundary.
Yeah, the phrase often uses, you want if you're bowling like that, you want it to come down with snow on it. It's been so high. Get it as high as you can.
That's the one you notice that Knight had to just wait for it. End of the over. 28 gone, 146 for 2.
That's a good over. It wasn't spectacular. It's not going to make any highlight reels, but it's a useful over because it's just pinned England down a little bit. And it's put a bit of pressure on. Now the question is, can Aliyah back it up and make sure she doesn't offer any width, because that's where Siva and Knight will be dangerous. If she can just make sure she's bowling wicket to wicket, force them into a little bit of thought, defence, uncertainty, that's the way you feel that Pakistan, if they can bowl a couple of overs where the pressure builds, and perhaps the mistake will come.
That's exactly the point. The captain on your screen right now must be thinking, what change can she bring in terms of bowling to extract that wicket that they require at this stage. Not a bad idea to have Aliyah, or probably Diana to bowl an over or two, just to change things a little bit. And 100% I agree with you. If you can bowl a couple of good overs, not to give away many runs in that, just make the batters think.
And you got to say this is good captaincy as well, because every time that the gaps are found in the last few overs, there's tended to be a fielder waiting on the ropes, and all these things just make a difference and keep that pressure building, because this is a partnership that is set now and will be expecting to be going at around about a run a ball.
That's the one I'm interested more. I mean, the earlier ball was way outside the off stump. You're not going to get anything out of that. Target the stumps. You tend to feel if it's on a good length, Knight doesn't really work it away for a single on the onside. But it's Fuller, she just drives and plays through the line. Aliyah can bowl consistently in that length. This one is anything outside the off stump, it'll go for a single easily. She's got that short mid-wicket, short mid-wicket in place. Diana's there. And the mid-on is very straight as well. So anything that has a bit of extra bottom hand can loop the ball in the air.
Well, Siva is strong through the onside. I wonder if she'll think about stepping outside off stump and trying to elevate over that short mid-wicket. But we spoke about the need at the start of this over just to bowl wicket to wicket. She's done pretty well in this over, Alia.
Important to finish the over well. Yeah, that's well done. It's always so important to finish off well if you bowl good 5 deliveries. So that brings up the 150 for England, 150 for 2 after 29.
So Knight 15 runs away from what would be a very special century in her 100th ODI. England got around about the last couple of 50s as they've made their way to 150, around about the same sort of rate. You would expect that. Now we head towards the 30 over mark with 2 batters set. You'd expect perhaps that'll start just nudging up a little bit.
That's the nagging loop height that I'm talking about. She's so good at it, Bismarck. Consistently bowls that. Look at that. Completely lose the ball in the flight.
It's now been some time since we've seen a boundary as well. But it's... You saw that Knight there was through the shot too quickly. That previous delivery. And it's awkward, really awkward to play.
I'm not really in control of that shot either. Going with 1 bounce at gully.
And anyone that's played cricket knows what it's like. You face bowlers that have no pace in it, and you think, well, I should be able to hit this out of the park.
Yeah.
And that's what can be your undoing.
That's exactly, you know, some bowlers come across as, oh yeah, I can hit them out of the park, and that's the problem. That's the way you generate that chance. I'd still like to see those fielders on the offside just come in and a touch. Oh, that should be close. That should be very, very close. It was a good throw right on top of the bails.
Well, that's exactly what we say, isn't it? It's the pressure that comes, and then they feel they need to force the run. It's a good pick-up. The throw, as you say, right on top of the stump. Siva desperate to make her ground. It is going to be tight. I think she's going to be home.
It's just the height of the throw. Nawaz had to drag that ball all the way down to the bails. I think the way Knight actually played that shot and took off for the single was just a very half-hearted thing. Is the partner ready for it or not? Which is why you can see that skipper was probably a touch late in taking off for that single. But this looks pretty okay.
We can see, as much as we're following what's happening with Siva, Knight is, you can see how mistimed that run was by, though she slowed up. Knight's 2/3 of the way down the track. And it was just a run out of desperation and frustration because 3 or 4 times in the over, good connections had seen the ball go straight to fielders. England took the chance on the run. And you feel this throw was just, there's frames in it, that you feel just a little too much for Nawaz to do. And that could be what saves Nat Siva.
Yeah, a flatter throw would have done the job. Well, you'd like to see in the men's game, they usually like to throw on the bounce.
And still we wait. I don't see how you can give this out from what we've seen.
I hope not. I don't think that's out because at this stage,
when the bails are off the groove, she's in.
And certainly the fielders are back to their positions. And I think that we have had the green light to confirm that Natseva will continue her innings. And a little bit of a scare for England. And hope for Pakistan, who will now see the evidence of what pressure can do.
That's well done. Oh, Skiba wants a single, rightly sent back. 30 overs bowled, 151 for 2.
There you go, Alia. She's continuing. Mid-off, mid-on is up.
Chance of a run out there. Oh, that's very close, and it looks out from here. Oh, you can hear from the fielders.
For the batter, she has done a good job at dragging the bat down.
Yeah.
I think so. That probably if she would be saved. That's only the way.
There it is.
Directed. Yes, she's gone. Bat is still in the air. She was not dragging there. Little late, and that's a big time for green shirt. That's it for them. That's a confirmation that they have caught the run out. Good work in the ground field. Directed, came onto the ball quickly, released it properly, and he denied. 86, well played, 100 balls. They have lost 151 for 3.
The broadcast has been brought to you by IPG Group Production for Pakistan Cricket Board. Look at the happy faces, and this is where the run out is on the middle and leg stump, and quick to onto her right and straight to the stumps. Direct hit and just short of crease by a margin.
Yes, exactly. Look at that, how quickly there is a big difference of good fielding, because in the previous game, as you witnessed, that the fielders were not proper, in a good mood, and now this time they've been looking onto the stumps properly. They have improved a lot in the ground field, and that surely has given you a bit of the product in terms of wicket when you've been throwing the ball directly under the stumps and not allowing the batters to think freely here. So now from here on, the batters should be keeping this thing in their mind that Pakistani fielders can do a good job by hitting the stumps directly. And I think so she was 7 or 8 feet away from the wickets when she threw the ball.
And this is a good test for England's middle order batters. They have not been this is changes direction after hitting the foot of the bowler Alia.
They're happy faces now, Pakistani girls. They should be talking in a good mood. That wicket has really given them boost, the confidence. Emma Jones, 43 matches, approaching 1,000 runs. She must be looking to improve that 94 today. As you spoke, that middle order should be proving themselves today.
Nicely bowled stump to the new incoming batter. Yeah, but it's much required knock from the middle order, as they have not been tested in the last game. It'll be good to see how the wicket fall has been will be capitalized by Pakistan bowlers.
Yes, exactly. In the surface, that has been good today. It's compact. That's a good thing. That the fielders, Bisma has just changed the field plans, because last 8 or 7 overs, I think so the batters, they were really going with easy singles, picking up the gaps, and now they've taken mid-off, up inside and mid-on as well, not allowing the batters to play straight in the V and took some easy runs.
Nicely bowled fly to delivery, another dot ball. As you can see from the last 30 balls, as just 12 runs has been scored, and the run out is actually the number of dot balls has been faced from the last 5 overs.
Yes, that's increased the pressure, because the captain, she was thinking that it's exactly the time to lead the side and get some quick runs quickly. But what she made there, and just lost her wicket. Courtesy to the good fielding.
Heather Knight just for 14 runs short of another landmark. As you see, we are in the last 20 overs, 19 overs after this. 31 gone, 153 for 3. This is where the match stands so far. Match number 2, Pakistan Women's versus England. The 2 centurions gone earlier. A great knock by the skipper herself, Heather Knight. 86 of 100 deliveries faced. And Skyward is still there on 33 of 38. And Jones just walked in 1 of 4 deliveries. There are 6 extras there. Just the similar amount of extras has been given the whole innings in the last game.
Yes, field is towards offside. They are slightly packing up, given a bit of the space down to the super cover. If she can take a bit of the charge there.
I like the skipper herself bowling, and the way she's compiling that pace is most of the batters are not really up to the. Come back to that, straight to the fielder again. Most of the batters will not get used to that kind of a deliveries or any kind of a pitch maybe.
Yes, that's why. I think she has brought herself up to deliver the duty with the ball. And exactly right, that when you're lacking with the pace and batter is just trying to go over the top, a miscue can really give you a wicket.
That is what exactly she's eyeing at, and tossing up and inviting the batters to come down the track and make some mistakes around that.
I think so. Again, they're making a mistake, like mid-on, mid-off was up in the circle in the previous over when the chance was created, and they took that properly. And here they've been sending back long off, long on. And look at that. This has been very easy for the batters. They are playing straight, taking comfortable 5 runs in an over. What has been the average required for them? They should block those runs by putting the fielders there and keeping a one fielder off from the offside.
That's good, right on the block hole. It's good to change of a field for the incoming batsman to restrict some runs, putting the batters to go into the inner circle. That's end of over number 32, 156 for 3. This is where the pillars piled up, and not many of the tall buildings we have seen so far today. Nevertheless, the wicket columns has been filled compared to the last game. 3 of them are down at 156 runs. 32 overs has gone. Players will take a drinks break.
after drinks. 32 overs gone, 156 for 3. Pakistan will have to prove themselves here today to get the first win against England, and a big 5 overs so far, no wicket. 25 runs, and she has got a bit of the pace. Mid-off, mid-on is inside, and that's a good thing for them. If wicket is there, then the fielder is towards covers inside the 30 yards, and let's see. Anything Kapish can really go towards those fielders.
Just that outside the off-stump line again. A quick single taken there. There should be no problems whatsoever as long as you're rotating the strike in the middle of the overs, especially at this part of the innings. 33rd over is going on.
Yes, much easier because they must keep another fielder inside, where she has just taken shot, fine leg inside the circle.
Oh, good delivery there, inside edge. Could have been dragged down to the stumps, but lucky there for Skywa.
Yeah, that's a good pace, Diana. She has got good arm, good shoulders. At this time, she has produced it. And a little bit late, inside edge. Just gone on to the onside. And I think so. She's just trying to hit on the pads, middle and off stump. But that should be the line here from her, so that they can take a wicket, because her captain has brought back her to get her a wicket or two.
Nicely bowled and played there, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, it's good that the fast bowler has been brought into the attack, and it's good to see this keeper as well standing up right up to the stumps, and both the fielders in the V are actually inside the circle. That make them to work on their runs and asking the questions to hit through the line of the ball, where that is not that easy if you take the ball, if you take the pace of the ball. And according the Dinah's pace, if you take the pace of the ball, that's not that easy to get on. But then this is drifting down to the leg side, and yeah, couple runs.
Well, that shouldn't be happening here for them, for these green girls. Because here, if they will be giving such sort of easy runs to the opponent side, the way they put the pressure by taking 3 wickets, that run out, I think so that they will lose the momentum, they will lose the pressure.
A nice slow delivery there, very nicely bowled. Just going under the bat, not that easy to hit that through the line of the ball.
I think so, because whenever, as you've spoken, that the wicketkeeper is up along with the stumps, because earlier these English batters, they were using the feet well. They were trying down the wicket and trying to get over the inside field. And that's why she's just punching it on the ground. 33 overs gone, England 160 for 3. Well, look at the quantity of dot deliveries. Nelson's in 33 overs. So it's a big amount.
It's almost reaching to the 15 to 16 overs. There's no sixes we have seen today so far. There's 22 fours been scored by England batters. But they're going at a good run rate as well. And based on the current run rate, easy to go for the 250 target as to the target for the opposition. That's another wide delivery there. It's not the first time we have seen her doing that. She might be, one is missing out from the fingers and one might be deliberately doing that to see how the reaction from the batters.
I think she couldn't properly grip the ball. That's sort of just loosening through the hands. And I think so sometimes might be trying to deliver a googly. So that's why she's just forgetting that.
Wide down the leg side again. Yeah, she might be trying too much to contain those runs or to get the wicket in the process. But nevertheless, is the wide delivery down the leg side. Then the wide delivery there, just punched on the ground for a single. I'm not sure what exactly it's going on to the mind of the batters there, but looking at that pace, we are still talking about that, keep going on, but this is not the easy pace to score runs. Just dancing down the track, but straight to the fielder, more pressure building with those dot deliveries.
Well, in fact, it's not spinning, so a straight delivery with any sort of lack of pace, it's not bothering the batters here. Because when the ball is spinning, you are giving flight. That might be a turbulence for the batters to bat on, but here the ball has been keeping straight. It's not dancing much. So the batters, they are very much comfortable, although with the lack of pace from the bowler. Look at that. Just putting hold of the body weight on the bat and just converting it to the ball and the stroke and getting runs. I think so 64 or 65 singles have been scored so far.
Yeah. And it's more importantly rotating the strike, not keeping a single batter on a strike for a couple of deliveries. And England batters are doing great job as rotating the strike as well, not getting that pressure into their head.
I think so they're keeping the wickets in hand, might be, after 40th over. They were changing the gears and they were looking toward boundaries. And Pakistan will have to keep the stock of bowlers. That's why I think Bisma is just taking herself here in this session to go through from the overs, and they can save the spearheads for the last 10 overs.
34 overs gone, 166 for 3.
See that Nida has got 5 overs, then Nashra 2 overs for her, then Alia got 3 overs to spare. So they might be doing the job at the end of the inning, like the last 10 overs. Nida taking a wicket and Nashra too. So they can share like 7 overs. Then there might be Diana putting in and delivering the last 10 overs.
It's interesting that Ramina has only bowled 2 overs. And not much time left though, it's just another 16 overs after this. Good bowling there. Taking the pace off again and bowling to the stump line.
Yeah,
and we are into the interesting phase of the game as well. We are into the 35th over of the game.
Exactly, and this time the way she pitched the ball, hitting the deck end, the ball was properly whipping up at a good height and good pace. What happens that if you can deliver it like in a middle stump in front of the pads, can attack there, trying to get a wicket on leg before. God, this is so much comfortable, but going through towards offside, giving bit of the room, and look at that, Jones has just gone easily on the ball and just getting a single, getting off strike. 4 deliveries, and if they can get another 3 runs, I think so they have fulfilled the quota.
Yep. And also it's important to the bowler to change the pace of the ball as well. First 3 or 4 balls, you're bowling taking the pace off the ball, or maybe one of those just going onto the pads or onto the middle stump with a quick pace, change of a pace. There might be a chance of getting bowled, or LBW chances are there. That's what the keeper sends. This is a head-to-head between Pakistan women's and England, and England have not lost any of those battles.
Yeah, Pakistan has got better records against Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Ireland.
There it is. There it is coming. Pelling for a run out. Empire is not interested.
Directed required here. That is so far only 1 hit. I think so at the end of the day, the analyst should be looking at this one, that she came quickly, bending down. The throw was not powerful. Underarm throw can really take a wicket here. That would have gone almost 20 to 25% more energy added if a wicket here.
Yep. Oh, that is Apesh right over the fielder's head and race to the boundary for 4.
Asif Yaqub, the senior guy, has just confirmed it for 4. And well hit. Straight bat, keeping the balance right and taking to over the fielder's head. There's the, there you see, bit of length offered, and look at the beauty, standing and delivering. No one was there on long on, and comfortable a bounce for 4.
Change of a pace this time, and the previous delivery, if you observe, there's a quicker delivery compared to this, and 2 comfortable runs taken. That is the end of over number 35, 174 for 3, England.
There's 2 big partnerships, 61 and 84. Just to Pakistan's liking, just the wrong time. England have lost their captain. That run out has cost them. 5.5 runs and over has now slipped down to 4.9. So the plan has worked. Now can Pakistan really tighten the screw here? Can they extract another wicket? It's not easy to score runs at the moment. Jones 15 of 20. Skipper's been around for a while, 38 of 46. But that 300 mark, which was looking pretty gettable at one stage. I'm not saying it's not gettable now, but it was looking very easy at one stage. Now seems not a priority.
Well, this is a big partnership for England because these two are dangerous. If they're still going in 10 overs time, England will have a big total.
Oh, that slipped through. Is there a bottom edge? Both keeper and bowler are very interested. Off balance skipper. That didn't get up at all. Low bounce. And they felt there was an edge.
We just heard the umpire saying on the stump microphone, the bat hit the ground. That was the noise he seemed to be suggesting. It wasn't the most elegant shot that Natalie Siver's ever played, that's for sure.
Was attempting a quicker one and paying the price. It was not on target, and all skipper had to do is just put bat on it. Had enough pace for it to race away.
Yeah, it was just a little loose, and perhaps it was a sign of frustration from Nida Dar that that previous delivery hadn't yielded a wicket, and she just speared it in a little quicker, a bit of leg side width for Siver, and she put it away. And that's the sort of, you can see from that, it's a lot quicker. She got that arm over rapidly, and it always was going to beat that fielder inside the circle on the leg side. That's better. One thing I'd say about this partnership is they know each other very well indeed. Nat Siver and Amy Jones, along with Catherine Brunt, and at one stage Fran Wilson, all shared a house together near the England training camp, and so they're great friends. They've played cricket with each other for a number of years, and also Nat Siver and Amy Jones have just been playing for the Perth Scorchers in the Women's Big Bash League in Australia. So in terms of experience batting together, you won't find a partnership with much more in this England lineup than these two. Now I've said that, watch them get run out.
Coming back for the second.
And that's exactly what I mean. Early call from Amy Jones for 2. They're both quick. And where we saw Knight and Siver, their partnership just get a little bit bogged down. And they went for that desperate single that almost cost Siver her wicket. And the very next over, Knight did depart because the pressure was building. They were looking for the quick single. It wasn't there, and a direct hit saw the end of the England captain for 86.
Good shout. Good shout. Good shout. It's been given out. For a moment, I thought, did it pitch outside leg? But then it straightens up and the umpire feels that is gone. That's a big wicket and a very important wicket at this stage of the game where Pakistan have managed to get an LBW and Jones has to walk.
That is a big wicket. I spoke about if this partnership could keep going, how dangerous it can be, but Amy Jones departing for 17. She just started to look a little bit more fluent at the crease. As we see the replay now, it's where it pitched is the question. It's pretty hard to say how that couldn't be given out. Looks a good decision. It turned sharply.
Yep, it did straighten up, and I was wrong. It did pitch right in the middle. So that's a good delivery. The angle that she created round the wicket, Dar, for it to straighten up from there, is really well done.
And to the middle comes Fran Wilson. Who strides to the crease with an opportunity. Just over 14 overs left of this England innings. She's got the chance to make a mark. She's a player that has been a little bit in and out of the England team. It's the 150 in her career. That was an excellent 81 against India in the World Cup a couple of years ago. But she's a talented player, busy at the crease. She'll look to push the singles hard. And what Pakistan will feel now is having got the big wicket of Amy Jones, can they get another and really put the heat on England? Well, there's a bold shot first up from Wilson. A little reverse paddle, and there's a chase on down to the boundary, and it's eventually retrieved. Not in the most comfortable of fashion, but effectively enough, and it's 2 onto the total. 183 for 4 after 36. And England will feel that Siva is the key probably here to a big total. She's perhaps the difference between a total of well in excess of 250, I should say. And England's scorecard. Well, what we can see is that on a couple of occasions there have been starts that haven't gone on in Beaumont and Jones's innings. Wyatt was out early, and that was a big, big breakthrough because that gave the opportunity for Pakistan to get into the England batting lineup quickly and early. And having scored 100 in the first game, Wyatt and Beaumont, who fell for 21, would have been fancying more runs today. Not to be, just the 27 runs between them. But now Siva and Wilson do have a platform, but this game's nicely poised. Saw immediately from Fran Wilson. She likes the sweep, she likes the reverse sweep as well, and so Diana here is going to have to be very wary of anything that's drifting down the leg side, because Wilson will be on it quickly, and that fine leg is not that fine, so Wilson will feel if she can just get a little tickle on the ball, there's the potential for runs. So Diana Baig has to be very cautious with how she bowls to ensure there's nothing that gives freebies down the leg side. We see the fielder come inside the circle at cover.
What has Pakistan bowlers done today, in your view, that has worked for them and which was missing in the first game?
I think it's the simplicity of building pressure, and it happens every single level of the game, from the playground to Lords, is you see sides that sometimes look too hard for a wicket, and in doing so actually go further away from their objective. That's a good shot. Created the width. Fran Wilson picks up her first boundary, cut away hard, square on the offside, and gets a punch to the gloves from her teammate. But you sometimes see, and we'll just see this, it's not that short. She's just created the room for herself deep in the crease and finds that gap in the offside. But what Pakistan have done, and you saw it with the run out of Heather Knight, and that was really the key moment of this innings potentially, is just build the pressure and force the mistake. And I think the bowling changes have been good, and I think that particularly the seam bowlers, Alia and Diana, have bowled wicket to wicket. They've not offered many boundary opportunities. And in doing so, England have just been forced to create angles, and when you're forcing the batter to make the decision, you're potentially leading to mistakes.
It's the power play time, so you allowed 3 fielders outside the circle. You've got to carefully select which 3 you want. The boundary that came in this over, there was no sweeper cover. With 2 fielders on the onside of the deep and then a 3rd man. But now that gap has been plugged. If you're looking to bowl on the 4th or 5th off stump consistently, then you can afford to remove one from the onside and just... Now everyone's come inside on the offside. 3rd man comes in, sweeper cover comes in. You've got a long on, a deep mid-wicket, and a long off.
No width here is the key. And they'll take that because Siva just picks up the 1 up to long on. But she's powerful. She's got these powerful long levers, isn't it? It's the long arms that if you do offer that width, then the ball will be hammered through the offside. As it is, it's just a single to conclude the 37th over at 190 for 4. And we can see just before that wicket of Knight, things just slowed up a bit. It just dipped off. How big that moment could be, the run out of Heather Knight. It's well bowled.
Yes, you were mentioning that run out of Heather. That created that slight dip in the worm. That was the run out. There was an opportunity created just in the over before that. She was slow in taking off that single. It was her call. But in just the previous over, Skipper just made it into her crease. And as rightly pointed by you, that there was a sense of urgency somewhere. They were feeling that they're not getting those runs easily. The strike rotation is not happening, courtesy of some very good bowling from the Pakistani bowlers. And that resulted in that run out. That's so nicely played. She punched that off the back foot. No chance again for those 2 boundary riders on the onside.
It's an excellent 50 from Nat Siva, who has a handshake with Fran Wilson and raises her bat around the ground. I spoke about the power of Siva, and anything short she will put away, and it's exactly what's happened. She just swiveled on that back foot and smashes it through the leg side.
She does have quick hands, because Dar can be skitty, and she can go right through your defense, especially if you're going on the back foot and trying to play her. She's got quick hands. She eyes the length very quickly. Reverse, nicely done, just eyeing the gap. That will be runs here, nicely done by Sidra Amin to cut that one off.
But what we don't see from the run out in its isolated form, and when you see just the highlights, you don't see the context necessarily, and that run out came about not because of purely poor decision making from England and the batters running, but also the pressure that was built in the previous few overs. It had been a while since a boundary, And Knight was desperate just to get things moving again. And all credit to Pakistan, not just for the bowling, but also the exceptional bit of fielding that affected the run out.
Well done again in the deep, running in hard to stopping the batsman just to one. 200 up for England after 38 overs.
200 for 4 after 38. Certainly a good platform for England. Again, that fourth 50 of the innings. It's been pretty consistent, the run rate. That first one, as you might expect, perhaps, takes a little bit longer. The swing of the ball early on making run scoring a little bit trickier, but since then it's been pretty consistent. They'll be looking for an acceleration now, though. And in that Siver on 51, she scored a magnificent 100 against Pakistan in 2017. The same day that Heather Knight scored her only England ODI ton. It was as good as innings as you'll see. What can she do today?
Good call, that. The single was on. It was to the right of Javeria.
It's well bowled again. Just cramping Siver for room a little bit, and she has to be satisfied with just that single to long on. No width, and I'm not sure that figures of none for 38 quite reflect as how well that Ali has bowled today.
I think she didn't really start off that well, but then she's understood what's required in terms of the situation of the game. She was brought back into the attack in her second spell. She's really bowled to the field. When I'm looking at the run rate, it's again come up to 5.2, where you see Skiba and Wilson taking the fight back to the opposition. There's more good, easy running between the wickets now, more calling. There you go. They're finding those runs. Second one coming in. How good with the throw be? No, it's wide.
Well, you could see if the throw was accurate, there was real trouble.
Yeah, and I'd give it to the England batters. They're now putting pressure on the boundary riders. They're running the first one hard. So not shying away from the challenge here. 54, Skiba, 13, Wilson. Yeah, the call was early, good. Putting pressure on Diana, didn't collect it cleanly. So now you see the reverse effect. What Pakistan probably needs to do is just keep that pressure on. Not expect too much to run through the opposition, but rather keep them under 5 or 5 runs and over. Because if the 5.5 will take them to, again, that 275 mark. End of the over, 207 for 4 after 39. So 11 to go from here. We've got 6 wickets in hand. The platform is there. The foundation has been laid. All England requires now, at the moment, is to make sure that this partnership goes on. One of them can probably bat till the end. As the 55 not out up till now from Skiba. Hard hitter. She's found the boundaries at the right moment. She's done well. Running in between the wickets has been brilliant. apart from that mishap which happened with the captain, Knight. Ijaz joins me as he replaces Henry. As one more over to go in our quota of commentary, and we've got a change in bowling now. So Nashra will continue now, Nashra Sandhu.
But the last 10 overs, let's see where the English team will really be paving their way towards 70 or 80 more runs.
Paddles that one, at least a couple, and it could always race away too. And it does. So a bit of pace available on the ball, just helping it on its way.
Well, that's the hallmark from English cricketers so far in this inning, that they're really picking up the gaps. Pakistani fielders, they were not been able to stop boundaries. Either they've been timed to the perfection, or maybe better field positions, the way the bowlers, they've been pitching up the deliveries. Look at that, she picked up that there is no fielder.
Full toss. She's lucky she's not paid heavily on that. Batter's come back for 2. So this power play has generated that pace that was missing from the England batting in terms of overall run rate. Now it's come up to 5.4. It was 4.85. So they're making use of this. 3 fielders outside the circle. Oh, that's a good ball. She saw the batter coming down and she bowled it wide. Wilson did well to put bat on it.
There you go, coming down the track, trying to approach to the pitch of the ball. Look at the batter, she's running away from the crease, taking a bit of the time and distance too. Well, they have done good, scoring some runs, like rotating the strike, and whenever they found that bad deliveries, they have really punished them, English batters.
Nicely done once again by Nashra. Keeping it wide outside the off stump. Not really allowing Skipper to have that full swing of the bat. Controlling the length well. Full toss. That's not what was required. Boundary. You got to finish well when you have bowling a good over. Still one more delivery to go. These runs will hurt Pakistan. They've done well to pull England back after getting those couple of wickets in between at a very crucial stage of the game. But
Yes.
Yeah, that's a freebie.
Exactly, added more blood, because at this time, as you spoken earlier, the energy should have come more.
Direct hits. And no. That's what we've been talking about, that they're taking the fight back to the opposition. Now putting pressure on the fielders. 220 for 4 after 40.
And there you go. The replay, pick him and throw. There was not that much with the perfection. The wicketkeeper was slightly not on the base. Skipper, 56 runs so far in 58 deliveries, and she has gone well towards onside. Like in a V and the onside, she has batted well. And Pakistani bowlers, I must say that they really dragged those deliveries to give her a more perfection on her credit. That she's really well to play her stroke towards onside. Look at that again. And Wilson this time going towards onside. Bit of space available. And no one can really stop that. So these are easy runs. Here, well, another look into the gap, and that's what we've been talking, that the gaps, they were really picked up by the batters well since they have played the first delivery.
Right, we are in the last 10 overs of the game. It's crucial for both the sides is to contain the runs and pick up the wickets, as well as England looking so far so good. There's no pace there at all. It's just another single there. Yeah, what you're mentioning is very good about the drifting down onto the pads and capitalizing all those which have been drifted down to the leg side and able to pick up those gaps quite well in this inning so far.
Yes, exactly, because when you are pitching the ball on the leg side or maybe towards middle, you need to keep up, fielder close. There was not a good throw. The batter stepped in quickly and the wicketkeeper is down.
He's trying to eye that vacant area. I just managed to find the fielder, but then its throw has been wider.
Directed what's required there.
Oh, well left there, well left by the batter. A wide signal by the umpire.
She was trying to create something. Just taking off the pace, rolling her finger, but not been on the target. Away towards offside.
Dragged from outside the off stump to the leg side. Just another single there. There's been another half century for England, and that's from Skyver. And as well, Wilson is going on with a good pace. 32 runs of 19 balls. And we got to see in the last 10 overs of the game how will that be a fact will come into the picture. Has launched and launched for 6.
No, it's a 4.
It's 4, I beg your pardon.
It's perfectly held the line. And look at that, bit of length offered and properly taken this up. Played it down to the mid-wicket, and that ball has gone for 4. I think so. It's a time for English cricketers that they are just making themselves to think that they can really score some quick runs. They have got 6 wickets in hand, and pick up any bowler here.
Good bowling there, but well nicely played onto the leg side, and it's racing to the boundary again for 4. This is consecutive boundaries for Skyver. Moving on to 65 of 61.
What a strike. Look at that. Again on the pads. And, just make a little work of wrist there. Puts it up, and fielder from the foul leg couldn't stop it. Gone for 4. No runs. 41 overs gone. English cricket team 2-3-6 for 4.
There's the bowling card for Pakistan. There is a pick of the bowlers to fetch 2 wickets out of 7 overs, 43 runs conceded. Diana yet to get a wicket. And Nashra, 9 overs, 48 runs for 1. Alia has gone on to 9 overs, 59 for no wicket yet. Ramin and Visma sharing those 8 overs between them. A part of that run out, England batters are looking quite comfortable and good in the middle. And they might be changing the gears for each of the batter there. They're going on with a good pace for the last 9 overs of the game left in this innings. Skipper to continue. Cut and cut straight to the fielder. No run there. Skipper have left with no choice, rather continuing into her 7th over of the game, and so far she bowled quite well.
Yes, exactly, because it's a time that when she should be looking to get a wicket or 2 here, because if both of these 2 batters, they can continue getting 6 or 7 runs per over. Look at that, that's too much flight. Bit of time, and it's a sort of back of length delivery at the end. Oh, that's really poor effort. At this stage of the game, they should be looking more into the stumps, into the you may say, like near to the batter, not to give some extra deliveries, extra runs. Managing it properly, easily. Good running between the wickets. The call is perfect. In a fielder there, I think she was on the edge of the circle. There she's just coming through quickly. Look at that. Throw was not that much powerful.
Another straight to the fielder, another delivery, inviting the batter to come dance down the track to score runs. That is from Saivar.
Well done. Yeah, there's batter. That should be the target here. From 6 deliveries, you have to deliver 3 or 4 dot deliveries. Well, that's another bit of time, and Skiva, she was just thinking that would have gone to hit to a deep mid wicket or somewhere up into the sky, but she batted well. Taken a single, 42 overs gone. England 239 for 4.
There's another 50 runs partnership between these two batters, Saver and Fran Wilson. Beg your pardon. 9 deliveries has been faced and scored a 58 runs as a partnership, 148 runs as a strike rate going through. Both of them are paced the innings quite well and laid the platform for the last 5 overs of the game. And by looking at the amount of runs they've been scoring, 239 already on the board. It's last 7 overs left, 8 overs, I beg your pardon, 8 overs left in the game. It will be easy to put a target around 300 mark on the board for the opposition.
Yes, and as spoken earlier, English team, they were able to score three times more than 300 runs in the last 5 games. Ramin Shami, the debutant in the previous game, took 3 wickets, but today she's wicketless. The economy is on the higher side, 9.5.
It's good to see the captain has put a full trust on her and bring her back into the attack, and especially in the last 8 overs of the game. She might not be able to finish a quarter of the overs, but still, captain has given her a chance to go at it, and having constant chat with the debutant, there might be going a lot of things in her mind based on the first 2 overs of this innings from a spell.
Yeah, she was pretty costly in the first game as well, 61 runs against 3 wickets. And today again going with 9 runs per over in the past 2 overs. So it's a good time for her to come and deliver like some of the beauty. And she can get her economy down like on 4 and 5 runs when she would have completed 7 or 8 overs.
Filling for an LBW there. Umpire is not interested at all whatsoever. And this is what exactly the 2 deliveries before the keeper was telling her, Ulta Kelti is reverse. She plays the reverse game very well. And that's what exactly she has done. And there it is.
That's off the bat.
Yeah.
Yes, umpire hasn't signaled any sort of thing for extras. So.
And this is dance down the track. It is going over the fielders. It's drawn race to the boundary for 4.
Well, Pakistani bowlers, they have not been able to stop runs here. The English cricketers, they've been watching towards boundaries. Look at that. Bit of length off and then approaching to the pitch of the pole, carrying it all the way down to the mid-wicket area and going for 4. That has added some more pressure on bowlers.
This time inviting to drive. Oh, unfortunate. That is should be stopped. But it's gone for 4 again. This is what maybe the delivery of before, 2 deliveries before this, the reverse attempt would have made Ramin into 2 minds of to deliver the ball into a good length area, or it should be pitched further behind.
Yeah, look at that. She was trying to cover, but not been properly slide there. A good slide would have saved 3 runs. these 3 runs are really crucial. Yeah, look at the timing at this stage. 43 overs gone, 249 for 4 English cricket team. Yes, exactly what has been required here. Go with your full strength. Yes, the wicket column should be more impressive rather than this. And look at the economy. No one is down from 5 except the Bisma Maroof, the captain. And, she was trying to deliver with low pace deliveries, and that's why I think so. She has been survived there, not been badly hit.
I would rather say from with her cheeky pace, especially in this part of the world, would work more than effective. Unwinding the ball. It's taking forever for the batter to reach to the ball.
And I think so. When if you're not a regular part-timer and the runs you're not been given too many like other bowlers, so it's a way to go in centre. That's a hallmark. That's a really a bad effort. That in the previous game we did see that couple of chances went down, and this time a couple of boundaries and a misfield that would have added some like 15 to 20 more runs.
Yep, they could have saved those runs. Just another single, good fielding there. Sprinting down to take their ball. Oh, Maima.
So they've got more fielders towards offside.
Oh, nicely bowled. And quicker through the air. Maybe the batter as well, playing the late cut, eyeing that gap behind the keeper. There is no one there to stop those singles or even get ran through the boundaries.
Again popped out, but very lucky just to get a dot delivery. 252 for 4 after 44 overs.
Part of that first wicket between Beaumont and White, the rest all above. 3 of them are 50-run partnerships. In between Saver and Jones is 30 runs partnership. Has been keep consistently they're building those partnership of 50 runs, and the scores has been on to 250 more in the 44th over of the game, and the last 6 overs left. It will be easily targeting another 50 runs in the last 6 overs of the game, as the wickets in hand, 6 wickets in hand, and the 2 batters in the middle are more spend more time in the middle.
Yes, sacrificing a couple of wickets with some quick runs like 50 to 40 runs, losing 2 wickets will be a good task from English point of view, and they must be having these plans.
Oh, swept and swept hard on the leg side, and that race to the boundary again has deceived 2 of those fielders in the deep, patrolling those boundaries.
Yeah, the body language is really impacting the way what has been the behavior of the fielders so far. Look at that beauty, the cap. And these English cricketers, they are picking up well. Everything, they know that exactly where the fielders are. Their mind is working like a computer, exactly the spots. They are picking up and dictating their terms.
And also it's good to see them playing that sweep shot very well so far in both the games.
Yes, they're not miscuing those, because when the perfection is there, you need to play more strokes like that. And that's why most of the runs have came through on the onside.
Oh, that's appealing for an LBW, but safely in, wide down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. Another 1 run added to the total. An extra ball has been will be bowled.
Yeah, a bit of sharp work. She collected ball well. Took off the bails quickly, but the back foot was inside the home, and that's why she survived there. must be looking to get a boundary in these 3 deliveries. If Nidada can give her backup length deliveries, maybe going towards onside and offside.
Change to the round the wicket to the right-hander. Just another single added to the total. As we see the last over from Ramin as well has gone on to 10 runs. They might be targeting the 10 runs per over as a minimum number of runs. And if whatever they get extra will be bonus for them.
Yes.
Oh, half a chance there. Full length dive. But just another single added to the total.
Well, Shiva, at this stage, at this level, you need to take chances. Even it's 40%, you need to convert it to the full 100. Because I think so that was really clearly uppish, straight to the fielder. And she had just dropped it.
And the delivery inviting the batter to score the runs. And that's the end of over number 45, 260 for 4.
.260 for 4 after 45. So last 30 deliveries of the England innings. Oh, she's dropped it, has she? Alia down there in the deep. Just for a moment, lost concentration there. Ended up giving extra runs as well. 5.8. They managed to just take it up almost to 6. Slogging that one, yeah, that should have been taken.
And inevitably, the fielder is picked out immediately after the drop. And is the one under pressure, but she fields cleanly this time. And it would have really just taken a little bit of the wind out of England's sails there. And as you say, it's what, waist height as she crouches down. Deep mid-wicket.
What it does is that you get a batter who's on 77 back in the dugout. It's not that easy to come out here on this wicket to immediately start hitting. I mean, you still probably save 15 runs maybe. So yeah, chances will come your way. It's about you grabbing that opportunity. 78, not out. Siva. Oh, that could have been a catch. It was hit very hard. I think for a moment I felt Bisma was reluctant to put a hand to it. Have a look at that. Yeah. Too much time available for the batter. This should be wide, yes. Again, you get a feeling that now the bowlers are trying to run through the proceedings. Yeah, there's an available run on the throw as well. That's a big boundary there. .83. It's amazing how England have completely turned the tables once again. 46 gone, 268 for 4.
Well, this partnership has been what has done the majority of this shift in momentum. 87 from 65 balls is how quickly it's come about. And we spoke about how the partnership between Nat Siver and Amy Jones could be crucial. But with a strike rate of 133.8 between Siver and Wilson, well, it's pretty much as good as England could have hoped for. And with 4 overs left, you'd have to say that 300 is not beyond the realms of possibility here.
If these two keep going, for sure, they'll get very close to that. Oh, she exposed the stumps for a while, and then she managed to get bat on it, and nicely played. Eyeing that fine legs inside the circle. deliberately plays that over the head and gets to a 50, Wilson. Important 50, an excellent partnership between the two at a very crucial stage of the game.
And just the second time that she has reached 50 in her one-day international career, Fran Wilson. And she's got there in double quick time as well, just 36 balls.
Come on guys, come on guys! Body language अच्छी करनी है यहाँ पे।
Projected takes them to 295. Pretty sure they can add those extra 5 runs as well. Really nice to see how Siva and Wilson have taken the onus to completely take charge of the game after they lost their captain at a very crucial stage of the match. They did start off a little slow, but they've covered that gap up in no time. Down the track, Wilson plays it up-ish and safe. That's gone all the way. Brilliant shot, 6. Using her feet, getting to the pitch of the ball and picking it up, playing it wide of that fielder, but eventually it was of no worry because it cleared the boundary by a very good margin. That prompts a bit of a chat between Dar and Bisma, and they are having a good, careful look at the ball, a good delivery, the last ball. Finish off well. Reverse attempted, nicely done, misfield. Runs here, this might just go for a boundary. It does. Pakistan leaking runs here in the end. 47 ball, 284 for 4. That's the wagon wheel for Wilson. Most of her runs have been on the onside square of the wicket. It's done well overall. 40 deliveries for her, 61 not out. Played a very important role along with Siva, who's 81 of 76. Captain to continue. He's bowled 9 overs, none for 37. Bisma Maruf from the Kinrara road end. They've given away quite a few runs and taken the net run rate to now 6 and above 6. Big over for England, the previous one. Bisma will have to cover up for that. Swept away nicely. She's found the gap as well. 1 bounce to the boundary. These are very important runs being added to the total here.
Come on guys, come on guys.
What an innings this has been from Fran Wilson. Good stride forward.
Oh, that's very well done by long on. It was Nashra Sadhu's dive to her left and stopped the boundary. That's the commitment level that's required. Ape shall clear her, this time 6. So, big shots, big runs coming in, thick and fast. The previous over was big as well, and now Bisma can't control it as well. Nicely done, all credit to the batter. She's reached the pitch of the ball, she's had enough of this loop, and she hits that one cleanly this time. Racing to 73, Wilson. Just a single.
Well, you look at that chart of the runs that have been scored in the last few overs. Suddenly the boundaries appearing all over the place. And England will reach those psychological, or that psychological mark of 300 that makes a difference.
Yeah, 16 of the previous over. And
it's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, there you go. So this over has given them 22. Wow. 300 up for England, 302 for 4, and still 2 more overs to go.
Well, Nat Siver may now be thinking, can I get to 100 myself? Can I get those 14 runs in the last couple of overs? But the way that Wilson's been striking it, you'd be brave to suggest you shouldn't be on strike, because 74 from 44. And this partnership at 121 from just 77 deliveries. Look at that strike rate, 157.1.
Well, Henry, last 2 overs have been big, 16 and 22. They both can reach 100 if they can get another 2 like that going.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility, is it?
Nashra has been brought into the attack. She'll be bowling her last. 1 for 48 for her. Wilson on strike. Comes down, makes a full toss out of it. Could be a catch. And it's dropped. It is dropped. The batter will come back for 2. She had done well to run to her right to reach the ball. Eventually, she just couldn't keep hold of it. Wilson rightly coming down the wicket. Didn't quite hit it as she would have liked. She wanted to clear. Good single. Siva 86, Wilson 77 of just 46 deliveries. She's gone into top gear in no time. Slogging now and getting good connections, the England batters. Coming back for 2. Good running. Eyeing that sub longer part of the boundary. Easily completing 2 runs. 307 for 4 England now. Five in this over up till now in the 3 deliveries. That's a good over. It's clever bowling. She's not allowing any weight, bowling right into the stumps, keeping that length right. Nashra. So important you have to bowl the last 2 deliveries also as good as the first 4. Reverse should be just 1. So this is a good over up till now. 7 of the over, 1 ball to go. Can she keep it to a single, max a couple? Nicely done, just a single on the last ball, so good over that from Nashra. 49 gone, it's 310 for 4. Two for Nida, 1 for Nashra. That's all Pakistan have enjoyed in terms of getting wickets. 1 was a run out. Otherwise, Ramin today was hit for runs. She got 3 wickets in the first game today, none for 29 in her 3 overs. Bisma bowling her 10, none for 55. Nashra just finished, 1 for 56. Most expensive has been the Ramin and then Nida.
Here we go. We are into the last over of the game. Over number 50. 310 already on the board. Look at the start of the innings. I just thought 280 to 300 is a good score. They surpassed that. Just loss of 4 wickets only. He was up into the skies. A fielder coming underneath it. No chance whatsoever. That's gone over her for a 6.
She's dropped that catch and she's helped it, just gone for a boundary. Just bounced before. She was right in the good position to catch that, and it just went through her hands. Yeah, she was in a very good position. I think the sun was in the eyes. But you got to take those in at that level. So that's a boundary. Siva moves to 94 now.
Six more runs required to reach the landmark and dance down the track again. And this time it is 4 runs more.
Siva is using her feet well. She's getting to the pitch of the ball. You've got to change your length, especially in the last overs, probably change the angle. At this point in time, Siva and Wilson are completely making all the decisions, controlling the game. Have a look at 78 of 47 for Wilson. Again down the wicket, didn't quite get hold of it this time. Just a single. So she moves to 99. And at non-strikers, 9 of the first 3 balls.
Yeah, 3 more deliveries remaining in this innings. They were on 99. And that makes her back to the strike.
Good stop that from Ramin. 100% effort, diving to her right, stopping that. 320 on board. 99 for Siva.
Dance down the track again. That brings her a century for Siva in this innings. As a joyful innings and just got it in 85 deliveries.
Well played, Siva. She really got into that top gear when it was required and got to 100 with the help of 12 boundaries and played exactly what was needed from her. When she came, she started off slow, but then when she had a good idea of how the wicket is playing, that's when she started going with the big shots and the runs. Running between the wicket was immaculate. And she's just played a very important role. At one point, England probably was not getting to 300, but now way over that. And that's a good catch taken, but outside the boundary line. Not in the playing area. That's a 6 to end the innings. That's an expensive over, this one. 17 runs on the over, and England finish off at 327 for 4 with that 6 of the last ball. Clean hit, good catch, but of no use. So 50 overs is what England have played, winning the toss, deciding to bat first with the help of Siva's 100 and an 85 not out of just 49 deliveries from Wilson. And a brilliant knock from the captain as well, who's playing a 100th ODI today. 327 for 4 is what England have managed after winning the toss and batting first. Pakistan, in various stages of the game, looked in control. They did well to get back into the game after they got early 2 wickets. Then a partnership came in between Knight and Beaumont, but then the run out of Knight gave Pakistan a hope that they can pull them back to somewhere around 260, 265. But who knew that it's going to be Wilson, and along with her will be Siva, who would take the game away in such fashion. 100 for Siva, not out of 85, and Wilson, don't forget her 85 of just 49 balls.
That's where the bowling card stands for Pakistan, except the Nida and Nashra. Two of them pick up 3 wickets in the partnership of 19 overs. And the rest all looked at Dinah bowled 8 overs, 1 made in 44, 5.50 economy. Alia bowled 9 overs, 59 runs. Ramin is expensive in the second game. 4 overs, 46 runs she have given, and Bisma have fulfilled 10 overs or given 55 runs. And most importantly, they have not capitalized. More number of wickets column has not been filled up. And that gives 50 overs, 327 runs. And this is the partnerships between each of the England batters. The first to go is Beaumont and White has just gone for 6. as a partnership, but the rest all, the pick of the partnership between Siver and Wilson, 146 from just 89 deliveries, and 12 extras has been given, added to the total of 327 runs in 50 overs.
That's how England started off today, with some good shots and both sides of the wicket. There are 327 involved, a lot of good shots and stroke play from the England batters. And Pakistan bowlers did manage to get those two openers out early, who scored 100 each in the first game, but then could not manage to hold back the overall total and gave away 327 runs. These are the shots that were played against spinners and fast bowlers. Alia did well today. She, in her first instant, could not get those runs going. This was the shot for the run out, but that wasn't to be. But then immediately after that, a direct hit resulted in the departure of the England captain who was playing her. This was a very good delivery from Nidar Dar, just into the stumps. This is the moment when Pakistan looked like they're going to stop England from getting that 300 mark. In fact, will stop them way earlier. But then later on, it was Wilson and Siva who took charge and completely took the game away, or the initiative, from the Pakistan bowlers. As I mentioned earlier, 85 of just 49 deliveries for Wilson, 100 of 85 with these kind of shots from Siva. And they were just getting 22, 16, 17 runs in the last few overs. That's 100, that's the moment. And well-deserved 100 from Siva. She came in the rear guard action and took the fight back to the opposition. That was the last ball of the innings, where the catch was taken outside the playing area. And eventually, this is the target that Pakistan has in front of them. Pakistan women need 328 to win this match in their allotted 50 overs at 6.56. We'll come back to you in 45 minutes.
Hi, hello and welcome back to Kinrara Oval. This is game number 2 between England women and Pakistan women's team. England have won the toss first and elected to bat and put on the total of 325 runs. So 327 runs on the board. And Pakistan required in reply 328 runs in 50 overs. Welcome back, Izaz.
Thank you very much. And it's really a sky clear day where we can enjoy the sunlight here. No clouds, mostly we can see that. And let's see that as a clear weather, these Pakistani batters, they should go like the skies are going smoothly up into the sky with the same height to win this contest, so that they can be in a safer mode in this series. And first of all, the momentum should be there from English bowlers' point of view, that they can attack like they have done in the past against Pakistan. But both batters from Pakistan, they need to get a good start. Nahida Khan, match number 59 for him, over 1,000 runs. She has got 750s. 79 is best for her. She needed to get a good start because English bowlers, they've been really good at their skills, the pacers, the spinners. Though that this weather has been against their conditions, like in summers and English conditions, they have been different. 123 matches for Catherine Brunt, 150 wickets. 4 wickets 2 times. Here we go.
Ball number 1, drifted onto the leg stump. Taken single there as to open the account for Pakistan in replying chase to reach the target of 328 runs.
And one more important thing from Pakistan's point of view, that they need to bat for 50 overs. That should be the first target for them. Just look on a good start. Sidra Amin, 35th match for him, 505 runs, 350s. She's really a good batter. With a straight bat, she can really do well. That's Asif Yaqub in picture. And there you go, Brunt. Well, she has got a good run-up. Bit of long run-up in terms of women's cricket.
Yeah, it's a long run-up as well, and there's a task ahead of Pakistan batters here. As another dot delivery there. Required run rate is over 6 for Pakistan. And to reach this target, the first openers for Pakistan required to stay in there and put up a big total on the board, which will give the incoming batters to contain their runs. And
they go in the middle. That ball was pitched in line. And that is the story for English cricketers, that they've been pitching in the right areas. Though that, if we talk about Pakistani bowlers, that they were really good at 35th over, but after that they were just losing the way. The path was left, and they've given away more than 300 runs.
It's the partnership between Saver and Wilson that made a huge difference. There's a good bowling there, continuous dot balls that will build the pressure on the openers, as well as we are still in the first over of the game. There's a lot of time left to rethink and reapply those techniques which have been discussed in between the innings. As the last ball of the first over of the second innings.
There you go, down the leg side. Point leg is there. So that ball was travelling quickly. So 2 runs came from the first over for Pakistan without any loss. Javeria, Maima, Sidra Nawaz, Bisma Maroof, they can all bat. So 2 or 3 batters on the top and the middle. They need to play like 70 or 80s runs inning so that Pakistan can go there nearby. Anya, she has got 70 matches. Oh, that ball was coming inside. Well played. Yeah, look at that, the new ball is doing a bit of the trick here.
Yeah, even in the second half of the game, the ball is still in swing. There it is. That is Page ran, swung onto the leg stump. Just a single taken there, and that bring Nahida back into the on strike. Yeah,
Nahida, and she's also a good batter. She can give a good solid start, but she needs to keep her mind alive. Bat was straight enough, very narrow scope.
Beautiful delivery there. As of speaking about the partnership, the amount of 50 runs partnership between, there it is, the last delivery. There is nowhere, bat is nowhere near to the ball. It's good delivery there, using up the conditions and using up the new ball in the power play.
Look at that, she's still just not been much able to keep his front foot up, because on the previous delivery that was very much near to the bat. Her bat was just hanging down there, and this time again the bat and pad together, just trying to make sure that first couple of deliveries she must be looking on properly.
Incoming again. This will create more doubts in the mind of Nahida. As more importantly, there it is. Page and come into maybe knocking middle and off stump.
Yes, exactly. It's a good to play that delivery as late as you can. And she's, I think so, not out of her crease. Play towards onside, because sometimes when you are trying to cope with some sort of swing, you need to come out of your crease. Maybe that you can counter that swing that came slightly halfway, or a half step.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah, you can cut through those swing deliveries. There's another delivery, dot delivery there. Is end of over number 2, 3 for no loss. This was the match summary and where the match stands so far. England won the toss and put up a huge total on the ball, 327 for 4. And the centurion of today's game, Saiwa, 100 from 85 deliveries, and a good partnership with Wilson, 85 of 49. And in reply, Pakistan 3 runs on the board, 2 overs.
Sever batted quickly. Now really a boom inning from her.
There is another. Keep these the Brunt and the other bowler are actually extracting that swing, which is available with the new ball, and this might be creating more doubts in the batsman's mind, in the batter's mind, I would rather say.
It happens.
It's gone outside the off stump, but straight to the fielder again.
Well, you did see that Sidra, she was just trying to cut that delivery, but at the very last moment, she just hung his bat there, because I think so. The plan is given just to go there in the first 10 overs, score like 30-40 runs, keep the wickets in hand, not to lose that.
Wide down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. Yeah, this is what exactly the England batters also have done, scoring low runs in the first power play and contain those wickets, and how many wickets you have on hand. And here is the last ball, way down the leg side, 1 run added to the total.
Yes, it's always good to pace up the inning, to build it properly with low strike rate and build it up to the double and triple. And so far, Sidra and Nahida, they are keeping their bats very much straight. Order towards offside, onside. They are just trying to play it in a V, because English fielders, they are really quick and good enough to field on.
Oh, that is another delivery coming into the middle stump. It's taken off a bit. If you look at that, it pitched short of a length, but then it's just took it off. Maybe inside edge onto the bat, onto the body.
Yeah, good pace. The height was good. And so far, I think that this surface has given a good height to the batsmen, other the English players, and now in 2.4 overs, you can really trust on to the bounce. So that's really a good way to start the inning. Just have a keen eye on the surface, that how much the ball is keeping its height, because when a batsman or a batter is just trusting on the bounce, I think so that's the time when she or he can play freely.
Yeah, and also if you look at the last delivery and the shot of it, it took about a second time to realize it's going up. The bouncer is higher than expected. Nicely played and guided in between the third man and point, and raced to the boundary for 4 runs.
Good hit. What is class act in that shot, that she played all along the carpet. That was risk-free. Good jump, good finish, but look at the beauty. She has just made the angle of the bat down onto the soil, and playing it late and with a perfection too. Tremendous timing. So this boundary will surely add more confidence.
The end of 3 overs, 8 runs for Pakistan on the board. No wickets lost. Wide down the leg side, onto the leg stump, but we have to wait for the signal from the umpire. Has gone with the bat. Yes, it is. And in the total of England's innings, 132 deliveries as a dot balls. Good ball there, very good delivery. Just keeping that line and length there to get that swing. And as of speaking about the conditions, and there's a drastic change in the conditions of the field. There it is, a pitch just outside the off stump, and dragging, or rather changing its course of direction to the middle and leg. There it is. Again, it's pretty encouraging to the bowlers looking at that. And those are the deliveries which are really hard to play them.
Yes, exactly. But you have to give credit to both these ladies, Nahida and Sidra, that they have been playing with superb effort, the swinging deliveries on the merit. And they really came up with a positive mind that we can play English ball as well. And if these two girls, they can really go like 130, 140 partnership, it will surely be a good one from Pakistan's point of view. Then the rest of the chop will be in the middle order.
Wide on the off stump. Has guided down to the third man for a single. Yeah, they came out with a positive intent. Even the runs on the board are much higher than 6 runs and over. But the intent is just according to the plans. They just need to go through these first 10 overs of the game without losing any wicket, though.
Yeah, keep the heads together, cool and calm. Just go with a partnership. There you go. That delivery was towards offside, good height. but she has made it a dot. 4 overs gone. Pakistan 10 without loss. There you can see they have played more balls, but lesser runs. So that's showing the intent that they have been playing little safe the first 10 overs. Over the years, this cricket has changed the momentum, the statics. That lots of time when Sri Lanka came up in 1996 Cricket World Cup, they were scoring quickly in the first 5 or 10 overs. And still there are the teams who are looking to score like 10 overs, 30 runs, save wickets. And still they are generating some good and positive results there.
Pulled on the leg side, and the ball racing to the boundary for 4 runs. It's good pick outside, is maybe coming onto middle and off stump and dragged onto the leg side.
And there you go. That's what that I was telling you, that when you keep trusting the bounce of the surface. Look at that bit of backup length, backing up, and just pulled it away down to the deep mid wicket. Chase was there, but perfectly timed. That's a classy strike from Sidra Amin, who is on 11 and 17 deliveries, and she's just lifting the strike rate now.
Nicely done. Now misfield there. I'll give a chance to pick up maybe 1 or 2. Just settle for a single there.
Yeah, these are the rare things that happened from English cricketers, because normally they've been very much on target and everything. Fielding, bowling, batting. Brunchi's just given away 12 runs. Good bowler, she's jumping high, delivering good. But on the other way, quick run, quick run. That's beauty. Putting the pressure and not allowing the bowlers to settle down here.
There it is, a quick single there, and sprinting to collect the ball, and the batter are actually into the crease. And the good understanding they had in between.
Yes, she was just tracking herself.
Nice, another dot delivery there.
I think 4.3, 16 without loss. If you're sensing as a Pakistani cricketer or fan, that's been fair enough. But English bowlers, they've been pushing Pakistani batters on the back foot not to go freely, because that will tell you the story that not much of the bigger boundaries have been hit so far.
Yeah, nicely bowled. As another swing of a delivery coming into the middle and leg stump. As yeah, these dot balls will build the pressure, and England won't mind about it. There it is, the last delivery of it. It's pitched in line.
Yes, and both batters, they were trying to take the run there. But I think so it's a good call not to take any sort of chances here at this stage.
Oh, very well bowled. Again, inner part of the bat onto the body at the end of over number 5. There it is, the last delivery coming into the batter and onto the body as the end of over number 5. 16 for no loss.
So Shropsall continues. A little bit fuller this time. She gets a lot of wickets, Anya Shropsall, with that full in-swinging delivery. That's the predominant way she gets movements early on in the innings and targets those stumps.
these two openers will really have to plan out how they want to go about with their chase in session-wise, also individually, how they want to change their gears when required. Nice looking shot, and 3 fielders after that, but none will win the race because this has been hit very well. It's a good looking shot. An extreme confidence level would also be increased for the batter.
That's as well timed a shot as we've seen all day from anyone. Look at that, full face of the bat, right out of the middle, and races through the covers for 4. You won't see many better than that today.
This is a lightning outfield, this. Seen some shots racing away. Once again, nicely done. It's a push. And look at that ball just running away from the field. That's done very well by White. And just a single. One feels he probably could get one more on the throw. That's a good return. Pick up and release, excellently done by White.
There's got to be 2 there. That's where England were pushing for those second runs, and when you've got a big target to chase, you've got to make sure that running is spot on. One thing that is worth remembering from a Pakistan perspective is how quickly England caught up with things with that partnership on the back end of the first innings of this match between Wilson and Siva. The runs really started flowing. More runs. That will be 2.
That's better running. 6 gone, 24 for none.
And so Pakistan need to feel confident enough, particularly these openers, to know that they can get themselves settled, take a little bit of the shine off the ball. And this is a perfectly okay start. And the run rate required is just shy of 7. They won't want to let it creep too high. But just a couple of indications in the last 2 or 3 overs that there is the ability to get value for your shots if you time it nicely.
And this ground will surely allow you that. I guess these 2 batters and the ones to come will have to really chart it out. Who are the England bowlers they want to attack or want to score runs against once the ball gets a little used. The cross comes in. And then go about, because they can't just swing their bat at everything thinking it's 327 to win this match, or 328 rather. But you're talking about how Wilson and Siva played. I think they answered the questions that were there probably in my mind. That can England do it without their first 3 batters in terms of getting 300s, and they perfectly answered that. They not only bat deep, they also have some serious talent. I mean, just 40 odd deliveries to get those 80 runs for Wilson. And they've quietly gone about doing their work, and in no time, their England team is way past 300. 327 today.
What we're seeing from Cross immediately is what we spoke about in the first innings, that need on this surface to bowl with real discipline wicket to wicket, because any width and the speed of this outfield, you're going to get value, particularly in power play overs where you can't have as many fielders patrolling the ropes. So Cross's metronomic style, on the money time and again, is what England call for.
Oh, that's it. That's one of those shots that either they just stick in your follow through or they don't. And to Sidra's bad luck, it has stuck in Cross's hands, right in the palm, center of it, and she goes back. Though she hit it hard, have a look at this. Well, it's just gone right, perfectly well, sitting in the hands of cross of her own bowling. Sidra goes for 12. Pakistan lose their first, 24-1.
Just perhaps stuck in the pitch a little bit there. Threw the shot slightly quicker than she wanted to be. And that's why, as she tried to look at to get the ball through to the leg side, it actually just pops straight back to the bowler, as you say, one of those that sticks or falls out. And such is the bad luck of the batter. It's one that goes right into the hands of Kate Cross for her 5th wicket of the series already. Her figures are 4 for 32 in the last game.
She played that shot off the back foot, so she's bound to be using her bottom hand more. It will go in the air. The length probably wasn't where she should have gone on the back foot. One feels got it a little high on the bat. Has gone straight into the hands of the bowler. 103 games for Javeria, and she comes at number 3. Got to be your best batsman or batter coming at 3. Around the world you see top batsmen and batters come and take that number. Have a look at that wicket again. The attempt where her footwork is. She's on the back foot. Not in a good position, is she, when the catch is taken?
Just a little hint of away movement from Kate Cross there, just a little shape away. It's nicely played by Javeria to conclude the over. 7 gone, 24 for 1.
Coming back to the innings that was played by Wilson and Siva, some of that, the shot play that was done, the credit of that goes to the bowlers as well. One believes in the last 7 overs, Pakistan just started giving away runs. England didn't seem like having to work very hard for those. That's a good shot. Nice work of the wrists there on that occasion, and that's very well stopped. We might have another look upstairs on that effort, but really full marks for the effort.
It wasn't too far away from the hands of Fran Wilson, waiting at square leg. We'll just see a replay here. Cross gets 2 attempts at it, really. Stops it initially, and then those legs start heading towards the ropes. Is there any contact? Oof, one would think probably something.
She's on the ropes when she tries to slap the ball away. Yeah. So that should be signaled a boundary. We'll have the official call on that. Okay, that's the first attempt, and she feels it needs one more push away. That's the time when she's got her knee onto the rope. Yes. And that's the official call. That's a boundary. Coming back to that, Pakistan's bowling was also to be blamed in the end. In the last 5 overs, 6 overs, you believe that they started bowling low full tosses. The discipline that we saw in the mid-innings from Pakistan bowling, that was missing. That was really missing. That's another very good effort down at third man. And the second one coming in, Javeria wasn't ready for that. She's been dragged out of her crease now by Nahida, because 2 was always on. I don't know what the hesitation was all about. Nahida running to the danger end. Her partner not ready to leave ground. Let's have a look at that again.
Well, England did have a slip in place for the opening couple of overs, but as tends to be the way, the shine comes off the ball so quickly. They move that slip pretty sharply into their innings, and that would have been a tough chance at slip, but it would have been a chance because it went through at a catchable height.
Coming back to what we were talking about, the Pakistan bowling was a bit of a concern. I'm sure that the support staff, the coaches would have looked at it. The discipline that they had in the mid overs, that completely was lost somewhere in the last 6 overs. Lots of low full tosses were given, some catches were dropped, and that helped England. I'm not going to take it away from the batters. They batted very well, but that helped them cross 300 comfortably and get into the zone of 327.
It was a real leap towards the back end of the innings in terms of that run rate. That's well played.
Yeah, that is. It was having the width allowed her to just stretch the arms, get the bat to it. There's a bit of pace involved in it as well, so the race is away. 8 gone, 34 for 1.
Yeah, well, you look at the way towards the back end of the innings, post the 45th over. Suddenly, it becomes Mount Everest, doesn't it? It leaps up. And after that 4th wicket fell, there was the question as to whether England could keep the momentum going, but they did, and then some.
Because I remember when Knight got out, England was at that moment just dipping a bit in terms of run rate. They went down to 4.65, where they have maintained their run rate always above 5. They went to 4.65 and then they finished off almost above 7, above 6. It's a good start from Nahida, 21 of 21. She's looking positive. She's offering full face of the bat. She's playing those strokes. She's getting runs off the loose deliveries. So she, in the context of the game, she's keeping up with the chase.
The difficulty is there's not much margin for dropping off too much because the required rate already stands over 7. 294 needed off 41.4. Here comes Cross again. And again, right on the money. You look at those figures. Kate Cross has bowled 9 deliveries already, yet to concede a run, and has got that wicket too.
Well, it's not one-way traffic, really. You've got to have your partner also support you. Javeria, none of 5 deliveries. You've got to rotate strike, otherwise the one who's having a good score going runner ball would lose concentration standing at the non-strikers. You need to basically complement your partner. That's why it's a team sport. Good example of that was, again, Wilson and Siva, and then earlier on, Captain Knight. Got to bat in pairs. She's got all the ingredients, Nahida. Looks good in balance when she's playing a defensive shot. We've seen some nice drives from her through covers, pass point. And she doesn't let that opportunity go away. Where there's a loose ball, she would hit it for a boundary. That should be wide.
First run that Kate Cross concedes is the extra. Just losing her line a little bit, and it drifts down, the fingers rolling over that seam, and an easy decision for the umpire. And so Cross will have to bowl the final delivery of this 9th over once more.
Lucky that jammed into her pads rather than stumps, and of the over. 9 gone, 35 for 1.
She's fortunate because that could easily bounce down onto those stumps. But as it is, it's another good over. A comparison between where the two sides are and were after 9 overs. You see England are only 7 runs ahead of where Pakistan are now, and that's, you know, that's 1 good over away.
What Pakistan needs to do is that keep that in mind as well, because up to the 30th over you might see them together. So you've got to cover up that gap which happened in the last 15. So you take the initiative. That's the advantage when you are chasing. You know exactly what your target is. You know exactly how you need to bat, at what rate you need to score in order to stay in the game. Bowling change.
Yeah, the Centurion, Nat Siver's going to come on. A conversation taking place between Heather Knight, the England captain, and the umpire. And what we can see is that Amy Jones, the England wicketkeeper, has got the helmet and will be keeping up to the stumps. And this is good captaincy from Heather Knight, because knowing that the pressure is on, having seen a couple of economical overs, now the plan is don't offer the opportunity to come down the track to Nahida. Make sure she stays in that crease. You do need to bowl straight to ensure that pressure continues.
First ball down the leg side. Nahida didn't quite pick it up as she would have liked for a boundary. Just a single. Javeria needs to get off the mark. One confident stroke through the covers somewhere. It just gives you that extra bit that you're looking for if you faced 8 deliveries and haven't been able to score yet. 9, make that 9.
When you play, how long does it take before you feel a little nervous and you haven't got a run to your name? How many deliveries?
I think that's the time.
Right about now?
You start thinking, and also keeping in mind what score I'm chasing. It's all about, you're also looking at your non-striker. Oh, this is the time. That's exactly what I was talking about. You are hesitant. You want to get off the strike. And that way you might put your partner in trouble. Look at that. She starts off and then she backs out completely. Lucky it wasn't a direct hit. Otherwise, Nahida was nowhere.
Yes, Nat. Good, Nat.
Yeah. England's doing well keeping her on strike. It suits them.
Come on, Sibs. Keep going, Nat.
What this would do is that when Nahida comes on strike, probably in this over, for the last ball or maybe in the next over, she'll try to do something.
Yes,
Because then she probably will relying on boundaries. She doesn't want to go back to the non-striker and stand there. And that creates a chance.
Come on, Sibs.
You can see the number of dot balls we've seen in the last few overs.
Apart from that wide, she hasn't given any run off the bat. 10 gone, 36 for 1.
That has just gone down to the fine leg. Protection is there. So just a wicket so far in 36 runs. And I think so that was the plan from Pakistan's point of view, that they were thinking to score like 40 to 50 runs in first 10 overs without losing any wicket, but so far they have just lost a wicket.
Yes,
That's another good delivery, dot ball there, and keeper still standing up as well. Just a loss of 1 wicket in the first power play for Pakistan. 36 runs on the board already. Cross picked up a wicket. Nicely done. Another dot ball.
Cross bowled well in the first game. Took 4 wickets against 32 runs. And anytime when a batter, a bowler, she's just performing well in the first game. So that has added the confidence to the second game she's carrying here. And I think so that Pakistani batters, they must be having this thing in their minds that they need to play her very much carefully.
Yep, rightly said. Onto the leg stump. Is the ball raising towards the boundary? Yeah, just cut it down to 2 runs.
Yeah, that's the longer part of this ground, the long leg region where she's just coming back from that point. So next 10 overs, that should be in the mind of Pakistani batters, that they must be looking here at losing not, and they can go like another 40 runs.
Oh, outside edge and flow over the third man region for 4 runs.
Yes, there was really a lucky stroke, I must say here. She was just trying to drive it through covers. Look at that, pitching it a bit fuller. She was trying to drive it through the covers, couldn't do so, but the leading edge was firmly there. And look at that travelling. That ball was really travelling quickly to the third man boundary for 4.
Another good ball there. Just a single run, guided down to the between the third man and a point fielder as they end off over number 11, 44 for 1.
Well, so far 6 boundaries came into this power play because the way Pakistani batters they have gone through. Look at that, bit of length offer, playing it late, then pulling it away towards onside, getting a bit of the gap. Sometimes a baseball straight into the hands, just flicking it away down to the fine leg, getting 4 runs. Coming back live. Well, I think so that looking on this surface, the behavior so far is really good, impressive. A good batter can really hit 3 figures here. You need to stick there, to need to build up a partnership. Like 10 or 15 deliveries, you can settle down, then you can go across over the field, over the fielders, and can hit some big shots.
Drifted down on the leg side, and just another single there. Just wait for the umpire signal, and it's wide signal by the umpire. 2 runs added to the total. There it is, drifting onto the leg stump and wide down the leg side. A good take though by the keeper.
That's through, that's through. And going down to the super cover for 4. Yes, that was almost, the fielder was there, was trying to grab it, but couldn't do so. Perfect drive.
Is there to hit and through the covers. Race to the boundary for 4. No chance for the fielder there to stop that. And that bring a fielder drop onto the boundary on the offside.
50 up for that. That's good batting. 51 runs coming in 12th over. So that's pretty decent job.
It's going at a good run rate at 4.43 and 11.3 overs. 48 of them are the dot balls, and good to see the number of singles has been taken. Another single there. That's the fielder which has just been dropped back.
Well, English bowlers, they are bowling according to the plans. And whenever the fielder is inside, she has got a different length. You know, when she has got the sweeper cover, she has just changed the length and the line as well. Been pitching towards offside. Pull that one away, pull that one away. Oh, good teamwork. We'll have to wait and see. The third man fielder, if the feet were okay when she was rolling there on the boundary. She stops there. Still over. Yes, I think so. She's fine. Done a good job.
That was a great team effort there by the two fielders. Saved certain 2 runs for the team. Slow delivery there. I'll pick it about straight to the fielder. As the end of over number 12, 54 for 1, Pakistan.
Yes, that's the way. Oh, and who will cross the line? That has been set up by England, 327. And let's see if green line can come over that. So far, 4.5. And what has been required, they are deficit in 1.5. The run rate. And I think so Pakistani batters, they have got the ability to overcome that.
Another dot ball to the columns of zeros. Has been 49 or 50 with that. 50 of the dot balls has been from Pakistan and 132 in overall for England. There it is, 50 dot balls and 7 fours in this 12.1 over so far. There's a good pick up there, good pick up there. That's a race to the boundary again. And that fetched from middle and off stump and guided over to reach the boundary.
Yes, well hit. Length was offered. Space was created. Look at that, slightly backing up and just playing it down underneath of the bat and clearing the long leg and the deeper whitish fine leg area for 4. Good hit. Javeria is in good form. 17 runs coming in 24 deliveries. And she's still looking towards onside.
This time on the offside, paid the fielder at point and raced the boundary for 4 runs from Javeria. And she has got a very good start.
Yes, exactly. There you go. Playing it again late, away from the back foot point and third man boundary. And look at the timing. That has been gone through quickly. Well, her bat is behaving like a good striker. And the way the hand and eye coordination, she's been finding the gap well. And I think so this is only the way that you can play some attacking cricket. And Javeria has got the habit playing aggressively.
Nicely bowled. Good stop there, but just can't stop that single. Yeah, even in the last game, Javeria has got a good start, and she had got a good partnership with captain Bisma.
Yes, 2 good hits, 2 boundaries. What she has hit so far, 1 towards onside. Look at that, the beauty, perfect timing. And the other one is towards offside. Look at that, bit of gap offered, and length was there. This time, wide delivery. And I think so that this is the time, if Pakistani batters, they've been in this, they can really create some pressure, the momentum, where they can really capitalize on scoring some quick runs.
And which is much required for Pakistan to put up a good total there. And they still have a long way to go, 327 to be reached. Oh, for a moment I thought there's a chance, but just landed safely.
Yeah, I think so that her bat came quickly. than the pace of the ball. Have a look. Pitched in. Yes, that was slow. Her bat was slightly quicker than the shot, and the ball was coming on the bat. Very lucky. That would have been gone into the hands of the bowler. Played again, Abhishley. Through point this time. Running down to Hill, but good fielding on the deep, sliding and saving runs for the side. That is a good time for English players to come in and just save some certain runs. Sliding there.
There's a great effort there to save certain runs for the team. And it's a well-timed shot as well by Nahida.
Well, she's in a business mood now. The aggressive button is on, and Nahida is just been trying really hard to play. Some big hits. So far 13 overs gone, 66 for 1 Pakistan.
And Javera just looked like she shifted the gears.
Natali has got the ball. She has done a good job with a stick today. Natali's giver. Let's see how she will be bowling here, because the way she has started here, so far 10 runs, securing no wicket.
Again, another dot delivery. Yeah, taking the pace of the ball again, not giving an opportunity to run through the line of the ball. The required run rate has gone up to 7.15, with 4.95 is the current run rate. Hit straight back to the bowler.
Yes, more dot deliveries, more pressure. It's good as a bowling unit that when you're keeping the batters on the back foot, not allowing to rotate the strike, not allow them to skew the boundaries. Really hard for a batter to just survive there.
That came in sharp.
Good delivery, really good delivery, impressive one. Look at that, pitched in line. Just coming through quickly, in dipper. And I think so, the batter, she was trying to cut it. The ball came quickly. Unable to cope with that one. 4 deliveries, 4 dot deliveries. Fifth one in a row. So that's the mounting pressure. And as we've spoken earlier, 4.5, they are in a deficit of 1.5 run here at this stage. And securing more dot deliveries will surely give them like another deficit of 2 runs per over from here on.
Another dot delivery there, and it's a maiden over from Saiwa. It's 14 overs gone, 66 for 1.
Required run rate 7.28. And so far the economy, you can talk about English bowlers. That has been good so far, though that not been among the wickets. Only Cross, she has got a wicket. Six extras so far in 14th over.
Surprisingly, Brunt has just bowled 3 overs and 13 runs. And this is a last.
But they are settling down the fielders. She has got long leg in place. So it's onside, bit of shuffling there. Mid off and mid on, they are exchanging the place. Then there is a deep fine leg. There you go. Sarah Glenn. She has got the ball. Well, good delivery. That has got the bounce. As a spinner, when you've been having bounce as well as the break, you've been among the top bowlers where you can really grip the ball well and can take the wickets. That was a pretty straight delivery.
Oh, nicely bowled. Good flight there, inviting the batsman to come down the track and score runs. And that is going straight onto the middle and off stump.
Yeah, look at that, sort of slider. Down the wicket. She came up quickly and hitting it down the hill for 4. Good hit, good strike. That's really a clean one. And the way she has played here so far, Javeria, 26 and 34 deliveries. Wonderful.
Javeria just required 3 balls and danced down the track. Under one knee, just clearing over the infield. 2 bounces over the ropes for 4 runs. Oh, what a good delivery that was. Javeria again trying to dance down the track.
Well, there you go. Wicketkeeper picked up cleanly. It was way over towards offside. That took a bit of a second to came back to the grooves. That's why that took a time. Otherwise, her back foot was slightly up in the air. Capped low.
It's too low as compared to the bounce we have seen for a second delivery.
Well, Leggy has got pretty much decent deliveries, sliders, wrong ones, Kugli.
Oh, that is right in front of the stumps and given out. Looks right in front of the stumps. You just wait for the replay.
No, I think so. Asif Yaqub is a pretty decent guy. He has given a good decision. Held its line and hitting in front of the stumps, and good to see, and that was really a plumb one. So with this one, Pakistan lost another wicket. That's a big one. Javeria Khan, who was playing well, 26 in 37 deliveries. Pakistan 71 for 2.
$71 for 2 after 15. Just when Pakistan looked like they're on their way, they've lost the experienced Javeria. LBW of the last bowler before the break. Sarah Glenn taking that wicket. She took a while to actually take off and get off the mark, but she was rapidly covering up 26 of 37 when she was given LBW. Pakistan's 2 wickets that they've lost. First one was Sidra Amin, played it back at cross. No problems at all. And this is the one just now off the bowling of Sarah Glenn. Given LBW, no doubt, Javeria surely would now be disappointed with the kind of start she was getting. Nahida, on the other hand, has looked very good. She's going almost run a ball. She's looked confident. She's gone after the loose deliveries. She's played the ball up to the merit. A wicket each for Cross and Glenn. Still a long way to go for Pakistan. 257 more required. And they've got their captain now, who has joined Nahida, Bisma Maroof.
Well, Bisma is really a good all-round cricketer. But, whatsoever her career, if you look on to in the past when she was a vice captain, then she became the captain, and sometimes she just decided to step down from captaincy. But now she has came back strongly as a captain and scoring runs. And today she bowled well, though that was a few of the lack of pace deliveries, but she just kept the economy rate well.
Siva will continue. She's bowled 2 overs. In fact, she's bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens. Skid away 10 runs. Batted really well today for her 100. Nahida on strike. Straying down the leg side. Have to wait for the umpire's signal. Got some bat onto it. This is the key pair now for Pakistan. Bisma taking up strike. Have a look at the experience she's got, over 100 games. Strike rate is good, average. It's a much better player than that. Her best is 99, yet to get 100. So today could be the day. She looked good in the first game.
Yes, exactly, and she's the third cricketer from Pakistan who has played more than 100 games. I think so. The other one is Sana Mir, and the one I don't exactly remember, but she's the third one from Pakistan to score that.
Javeria. 103 games for her.
You're extremely right that they need to get a partnership here between these two. If they can get like another 150, 160 so far between these two, I think so Pakistan will be in a good place.
What I'm liking about Nahida is she's playing in the context of the game. Keeping in mind what is the required run rate, what is the current run rate. She's taking these quick singles. She's rotating strike quickly. She's hitting the balls to the boundaries. That's how she's almost a runner ball. You've got to stay in the game. The good batting has to be in relevance with the game, otherwise you lose the plot. It's all about chasing down the remaining 254. Calculated risks. Opportunities, look at the bowlers in the opposition, you feel that you're comfortable against 1 or 2, start scoring against them.
Yes, and from Nahida's point of view, we will talk on that one. 16 overs gone, Pakistan 74 for 2.
This is what happened earlier in the day. 327 of 50. Siva getting 100 not out. Knight getting 86. Wilson 85 not out. But have a look at the number of deliveries faced. 49. That's it. Pakistan in reply have lost 2 wickets already. The big one of Javeria.
And I think so. Those last 8 to 9 overs, Pakistani bowlers, they have just lost the pace, lost the way, momentum. But English cricketers, they've really pulled them up.
They're losing their grip in the last 6-7 overs. That's where they allowed the opposition to score in the excess of 100 runs in the last 10 overs. Nicely driven, beating the inner circle. Just for a single.
I was just thinking on to the Nahida's batting so far, that she hadn't took much of the risks like whatsoever. She had played the boundaries all along the carpet, picking up the spots where exactly the boundaries are, and the fielders, they've been not exactly there. So that's a good point of view that she's with a positive frame of mind. So Bisma should be looking here to give a good hand to her, because her partner, she's been behaving in a tremendous manner as a batter.
That's important, the strike rotation. Offering a dead bat won't do any good. You get your opportunities when the bowlers do tend to lose concentration and give you freebies. Or you can play good shots as well, offer good delivery. But strike rotation is really needed. Nicely cut away. Likes that region neither. Strong on the offside.
And Glenn is just mixing up the pace. We did see that this time when she was trying to cut it, Nahida, the ball came quickly on the bat. It was just a flighted delivery. This time little slower. So it's not allowing the batter to free their arms quickly. So batter is just thinking in two minds.
Nahida will keep strike. It's 77 for 2.
Well, Pakistan is below line at this stage. Well, in terms of runs, but not in terms of wickets. England lost 2 wickets at this stage, but they were better in terms of run rate. They were really capitalizing at this stage when they were batting in the first inning. 6.54 what is required, but they're just gone up to 7 now. Currently, look at the bottom, 4.53. That's the run rate. Ecclestone. She has got the ball, and let's see what she can do with the fingers magic. 24th match for him, 34 wickets. She has taken 4 wickets 2 times.
Oh, good save, great start save.
7.64 required run rate. That can change in 2 good overs. Nicely done. 8 runs here for Nahida in Pakistan. They come back for 2. That's the commitment level, diving, making sure the ball stays in play. Beaumont, the fielder there. They didn't quite get many with the bat. Got 100 in the first game. Nice shout, but going down the leg side. Didn't straighten enough for Ecclestone to get herself the first.
Yes, clearly impacted down the leg side. Umpire Rashid Riaz straight away getting off from his mark there, saying not out. Well, standards are good in terms of umpiring. We did witness in this game today as well. Well, at this stage, I think so. Is rotating the strike, like keeping 5 or 4 runs per over up to 20th or maybe 25th over. Pakistan should be happy with it, with the proceedings. because they need to keep the wickets in hand. And, these two batters, they are really handy. If they can continue capitalize on a partnership, can cap another 120, 130.
Good save.
End of the over, 82 for 2.
Nah, you stay. Put this thing.
Not much difference in terms of runs and wickets between these two sides at this stage after 18th over.
Done, Glennie.
English team really strong one, winning 4 World Cups of the ODI cricket. Pakistan hasn't got off the mark in that Cricket World Cup, hasn't got the title.
The comparison we just saw might be of 8 runs between England and Pakistan at this stage. But Pakistan needs to keep that in mind, that the acceleration came in the last 10 overs for England. So they don't want to be playing catching up game in their last. They need to be ahead of them in one way or the other. And change the gears at the right moment, at the right stage of the innings. That's the beauty of chasing, when you exactly know what the target is, what's required. Yes, there will be moments where you might lose wickets and the pressure will be on. Good bowling by Sarah Glenn. Keeping it wicket to wicket, especially to the new batter. That's the way to keep them on strike, not allow them to easily rotate. Playing nicely and found the gap as well. That's the magic of Bisma Maroof. Using her feet and making sure that the bat is angled enough to get that gap going. Great boundary.
So mid-off was up there. And Bisma, she used her feet well. Coming on to the pitch of the ball, playing it uppishly, but safest play. Look at the bat, look at the flow. And the ball travelled well. It's gone for 4. Will surely add some more confidence with those kind of strikes when you're hitting 4 and 6s.
This side, please. Bowling round to you. Done, Glennie.
Well, clouds are covering the sun now. So you can see the field positions there on your monitors.
Oh, it's a single there. Come on, what are you waiting for? The throw wasn't good enough, otherwise surely one of them was in trouble. Not listening to your partner's call. Have a look at that. The captain wants you to run, then you run. I think she was taking evasive action. That's why she was getting back into her crease. Naida. In the end, all is well.
I think so that while at that time returning back, she was trying to get some breaks there. But that's good. You rightly said that ends well, so all is well.
Upish, and did she get fingers to it? It's gone for a boundary though. Naida wasn't in control of that shot. And that's an opportunity gone. Have a look at that. Let's see if she was able to get any fingertips. I think she did. Good dive. Yeah, it was dying on her. That's a chance gone begging. And insult to injury ends up in a boundary. 19 gone. It's 92 for 2.
Done, save. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Oh.
Runs here, nicely played. Clever shot there by Bisma. Firstly, she was trying to play that in the V, realized the length, and just opened the face and had it run down to third man for 4.
Done, save.
Yes, she's really played well. Playing it a little late. Just waited for the ball. Let it go there. Look at that beauty. Playing all along the ground and getting 4 runs. Superb timing and gap. Third man was up.
Oh, edge. That's a lucky boundary. Pakistan won't mind it. But the bowler would sense an opportunity here. Not much Jones could do. It was a full flash of the bat. 100 up for Pakistan with these back-to-back boundaries. 100 for 2 in the 20th over.
Yes, exactly. Lucky one here for Bisma. She was just trying to drive it, take the leading edge and went for 4. Still, they're not taking any slip. Second 50 came quickly in 48 deliveries.
Not only Pakistan have got themselves to 100, they've increased their run rate to 5.13. Good call there from Bisma, sending Nahida back. There was no run available on that.
I think they have scored the boundary here. Now it's time to rotate the strike. That ball was in. I think so. A sweep shot would have given them runs on that delivery. Just keeping it straight in front of the V and taking a single here. Run rate required jumping up to 7.5. Let's see if one of them can really come up quickly and can score some runs. Not really a good fielding. With his on over gone, it's 20. Pakistan 101 for 2. Give a bit of the highlight of that fielding, which has been perfectly done, but not result oriented in terms of wickets.
So Pakistan with a good base. 101 for 2 after 20 overs. And Nahida set on 40 from just 43 balls. 227 off 30 overs is a tall ask. But as we saw in England's innings, when you get going on this surface with this quick outfield, well, you wouldn't rule anything out. Oh, there's trouble here. Should be a run out. Think there will be, and there is. I'm sure of it. There's a mix-up. The fielding from Natalie Siver. She gets the acclaim. And a horrible, horrible mix-up. As we see the replay, nudged into the leg side. Yes, no. Siver pounces on the ball, and Glenn's waiting. Yep, and gone by some distance. And it's Nahida that's going to have to depart. 101 for 3 is the score. Well, the one thing Pakistan didn't need.
Yep, rightly said. It does not require that mix-up on a run-out. In the 21st over of the game, 3 wickets down. Just 101 runs on the board. That's a good bit of fielding there. And rather talking about the mix-up, the fielding-wise has been much better compared to the Pakistani ground fielding from the last couple of games.
Well, they say when batting, pick your fielders. Natalie Siver is not the one that you would pick, particularly when she's already scored 100. You sense it's her day, and that piece of fielding just confirms it. Good work from Sarah Glenn, playing just her second international for England. She had to remain composed there. It looks easy, But you've got to make sure you pick it up cleanly.
Yep.
Just ask Nathan Lyon.
Rightly sent back there now. Just another dot ball. As these dot balls, the run rate is required run rate is climbing up to 7.65. Right at delivery. Again another dot. Started off with a wicket. And the dot balls. Even Bisma, the captain, will feel the pressure of these dot balls.
Are Pakistan better off here trying to survive and ensure that they bat the 50 overs, or are they better off going for it and seeing what happens?
Maybe next 10 overs, it depends on the next 10 overs. If these two can stick around and plan the game to launch it in the last 10 overs.
That's good running.
Yeah, that's what England have done, launching in the last 10 overs of the game, going with a good pace and keeping the wickets in the bank. Is the last ball a quick single taken?
Well, it looks simple.
Yeah, there's a lot to be done. Cut straight to the fielder. As the end of over number 21, 102 for 3, Pakistan.
So at 102 for 3, the run rate required stands there at 7.79. And so you're already in awkward territory and improbable territory.
And then look at the number of dot balls being faced by Pakistan. 79 of them, which is almost 12.3 balls, 12 overs of 3 balls. 4 balls, I would say.
Here comes Sophie Eccleston back into the attack. And she's had an interesting series so far, Sophie Eccleston. A young England bowler, just 20 years old. She's been in the side for over 3 years now and has become a mainstay, and you forget that she's still very young.
Dance down the track, just into that down the ground for a single.
But she's not had the easiest start to this series, and it's the first time really in her career that you can say that. She's always been at the forefront of things and taking wickets and causing threat with that extra height and the bounce that she gets, but that first game in particular, she didn't quite look herself. It'll be interesting to see how she responds now.
Oh, nicely bowled. That is stump to stump. This is the 10th game for Maima. Oh yes, there it is. Hint of a spin for the left-hander.
So often spin bowling is about the psychology behind it as well, how you can react to conceding boundaries early on in a spell and getting under pressure.
And also when the spinners are coming to the attack, the batter's eyes will be lighten up and to dance down the track, or the pitch is becoming slower for the spinners, assisting the spinners. They got to read all of them. There it is, dancing down the track. Good return back by Ecclestone. That's the end of over number 22, 104 for 3.
One of the more obvious recent examples of a spin bowler having to fight back from an awkward position would be the World Cup final of 2017, where India looked to be cruising to victory. They had wickets in hand, the runs required wasn't much. And then we saw an over where Alex Hartley, England's left-arm spinner, went for a couple of boundaries early on and then got the wicket, and it turned the game.
Yep.
And that is the sort of mentality you need as a spin bowler. You need to be tough. It's not, you can't, it's not a job for those that aren't willing to see the ball go back over their heads a few times. You've got to be confident. So, as we see the scorecard, everyone's got starts. but everyone's got out so far in the top 3. Bismar there on 19, you feel is crucial.
She will play a vital role in this partnership. And you see, as long as the day progresses, the spinners are getting into the action, and the pitch is helping in nature in this part of the world. It has become cloudy in the center.
What should work in the Pakistan batter's favour is that spin from both ends, the ball is going away from the right-hander. So you've got the left arm spin and the leg spin, and so it's a familiar pattern. It's nicely played, good running.
And as well, operating both the spinners from both the sides, it actually gives them the overs to be finished quite quicker than anticipated. And that gives more pressure to the batters to get on with and score. The required run rate has gone up to 8.11 right now, and this will give them a tough chance. That reverse sweep come into the picture, but just managed to find the fielder. Change at the last second.
It's pretty well executed as a shot, just not quite fine enough.
Yeah. Another single down the ground. And these singles doesn't hurt England basically, as long as they're keeping that into 4 or 5 runs and over. Look at the run rate, is 4.64 is the current run rate. And with they're going at this pace, England doesn't mind at all. Even the game goes up to 45 to 50 overs. Nicely bowled. Yeah, speaking of that, it's the end of over number 23, 106 for 3. Look at the worm just down below the blue line. The green line required to catch that up as the number of wickets you see fallen, 3 of them in the list. We are into the 24th over of the innings. It's almost half a stage of the innings. But then the good point for Pakistan is Bismar is still there. And Omar has a good record as well, and she could, if both of these batters can give a good partnership up to 35 to 38 overs, and they stand a chance. But then it's really required to work hard. But also, as you said, it depends on how they take it, these spinners, how quickly they can adapt and get into their heads of not scoring so many runs.
And the other challenge when you're facing spin bowling is how quickly the overs go by. In a flash, you can see 3 overs whistle through without as many runs added as you need. There's the thought from Omar of something a little more expansive, and just retracts the stroke at the last minute. The temptation's there with mid-on and mid-off up inside the circle. If she can clear it out straight down the ground, there's runs to be had. This will just be a single out to Wyatt at deep cover. And you can almost, with a spin bowling attack, sneak overs through and just almost take the game away without a team noticing, because the overs just tick by very quickly. And a side can get bogged down and it leaps forward. Again, that run rate required to 8.35 we can see on screen.
And if you see the last 30 balls, they just got 20 runs from 30 balls and 1 wicket down, and quick single taken there. It's been 26 balls since the last boundary, and that tells how good are they bowling. Even the spinners are being operated from both ends.
Partnership 8 from 22 runs. It's been slow going. was a bit quicker, a little shorter from Eccleston, but it's not put away. As the over concludes, 24 gone, 109 for 3.
This where the bowling card for England. Brunt has just bowled 3 overs, quite surprising. She just given away about 13 runs in the 3 overs. And pick of the bowlers is Cross and Glenn. Wicket each for both of them. And Eccleston just finished 4 of them. The batting card for Pakistan. The captain Bisma is still there on 22, and Umaima is still hanging there on 3. There's a kind of lazy and slow kind of a pace in the innings, especially coming from 20 to 35 or 34 over of the game. And it's required mostly to rotate the strike rather than getting frustrated. Just rotate the strike and take the scoreboard going. And that's speaking of that, slashed into the short third man there. Just single run taken.
Well, what England have done is put fielders up inside the circle for the right-hander straight, so just encouraging that shot down the ground. They've actually pushed them back now as Bismar's on strike. It's a little uppish, but it will be a single. And that previous delivery, Umaima thought, here's an opportunity, here's where I can get a boundary, and it almost created a chance. But it's now leaping up towards 8.5 required on over. It gets ever tougher.
Uppish again. Pressure is building. Umaima on 4 of 12. The 25th over of the game. Uppish again. And this time on the onside. That's too lucky there. 2 of them could have been carried through the fielders. And to the last ball of this over, number 25. Single to end the over. Over number 25. 112 for 3. Is where the match summary so far. Match number 2 between Pakistan and England. 327 for 4 England. And Pakistan in reply. 113 for 3 in 25 overs. We are in the halfway stage of the innings. And, Captain Bisma is on still there in the middle, and 24.
Come on, safe.
Pressure beginning to build just a little bit on Umaima. 5 from 14. And there's not going to be a run there either. Think about it. Jones decides to demolish the stumps as the ball's hurled back in. There was never a run there. It went straight to the hand of the fielder, Kate Cross, waiting behind square on the leg side.
Yep. Thank you. Come on, safe.
Down the wicket, the shout is there. And that's clearly the impact is down the leg side. She's smiling. I think she knew that.
Well, there's also a smile. I think if we see this, I think it's going well down the leg. You can see all 3 stumps when the impact comes in. But we may just see it on the replay. The throw comes into Amy Jones. It actually hits her square on the foot. I think that's what caused the amusement. You can hear from behind the stumps. We heard a little ow.
A bit of space given this time. Long off Here's the place where the ball has finished his patrolling, gone for 4.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Well, good hit.
Nicely timed. Good footwork. Confidence in the stroke. And it races away to the boundary. Beats Anya Shrubsole.
That's safe.
Well, it's a time when you need to take chances.
Oh, yes, safe. Good save.
What about taking an extra fielder inside? Because the way she has just gone through towards mid-off. Now the fielder is sent back.
Nice save.
It depends which way England want to play this, whether they want to be attacking and look to take the wickets, or whether they're content just seeing that run rate grow and the pressure grow.
The air has lifted here. It's very strong wind blowing. Have a look. This ball when there was an appeal for leg before.
Good save, York. Good save.
That's a single to conclude the 26th over. 120 for 3 is the score after 26.
Well, getting the luxury of change of over. I've gone through that this year. English cricket team, they have played really well. 4 ODI series, they won all 4 against Australia, West Indies, and I think so against India too. And now, after this tour, they will be marching towards India to play ODI cricket. The women's.
Who, England?
England women's, yeah.
And so it's becoming an increasingly relentless schedule. There's more and more cricket that's happening. It's a busier and busier job being an international women's cricketer now. You get many more series. I mean, the next thing to concentrate on is the World Cup
yeah.
come February time,
Yes.
which will be
New Zealand.
well, we've got the 2020 World Cup in Australia in March, and then the year later, the 50 over World Cup comes in New Zealand.
Nice, buddy.
And England defending champions in that.
Yes, winning 4 titles of the World Cup. Women English cricket team. In the men team, they have just won a single title to their favour. So the girls are much better than boys.
That's played late. Effectively enough, it's well stopped by Shrubsole, running round to backward point. Well, England's men, they did win the World Cup by just about. They got their hands on the trophy.
Yeah.
That's what counted back in the UK.
Good bowling and good fielding too. That's exactly what English captain has just given the plans to their bowler, to her bowlers. I think so. They're just really acting upon the plans, upon the advices of the coach and the captain. More dot deliveries, more pressure. I think so that the deficit of the run rate here has just gone up to 2 runs. Required run rate jumping up nearby to 7.5 and 8 runs per over from here on. Over ball, 27 gone. Pakistan 1-2-2 for 3.
She's been impressive, Sarah Glenn. This is just a second appearance for her country. And a couple of wickets on debut. And she's bowled nicely again. So, what's to come for Pakistan? Nawaz will be next. And then Diana, and the impressive Aliyah from the first match. Hit the ball very cleanly.
Yes.
And showed the sort of intent and power that Pakistan might need in this run chase.
Exactly, but I think so that if Sidra Nawaz still to bat after this, I think so Aliyah must be promoted to just go over the top and go some aggressive cricket, play a boom boom inning and can strike over the run rate.
That's nicely played. Very late cut. There's a chase for cross, but it'll be in vain. It was all about the timing. She had to wait a while, Pakistan captain, but Bismar waited on it and let the ball just run off the face of that bat. Knew that if she could get it fine enough, it was going to beat the fielder, and she did just that. Deep in the crease and away.
That's your goal, a merit. You have to be there. Because anyway, we have seen that one of the batter, he was playing at a late cut, was caught on the back foot point today. And I think so it was the same kind of stroke that what Bisma has played here, but she has played late, wide delivery. Well, too many extras in the previous game too, I think 24. And today they have crossed the 20. I beg your pardon, it's only 8 so far. 8 extras. Ecclestone, she's using the crease here. I think so. What delivery she has delivered now was way back from the popping crease where she landed. Well, it's just skipping those singles. I think so. It's really a good, well done job by English fielders here. They are not allowing anything inside the circle, though they have got 5 fielders. Poor, really poor. It's not a good effort at this stage when you have been pushing up some of the pressure of dot deliveries, just giving away so many extra runs like this.
Well, Ecclestone will be frustrated because she makes a living on account of a real consistency in line and length. That's what she does so well. It's just been a little bit loose. It's better. It's nudged around the corner. There won't be a run. But if we consider so far in this Pakistan innings, we've seen 103 dot balls. And we're just past the halfway mark. England only saw 132 in their entire innings. As boundaries are one thing, and crucial, of course, to a total, but also is the amount of dot balls that you can avoid seeing tick over, and they're now just, what, 29 away from England's total, Pakistan. As 28 overs are reached, 131 for 3.
Well, economy rates, they've been brilliant from these bowlers from English side, because at this stage, almost in a 28th over, with Pakistani bowlers, they were almost 3 or 4 bowlers, they were above 7 in terms of economy, and that's the time when English batters, they were really lifting their run rate after 29 to 30th over. See, Pakistani batters, they have got a set target in front of them, so let's see who will take the chance here. Just go over the wicket, trying to clear the fences.
The England captain is going to have a bowl in her 100th ODI. She didn't have her best day with the ball in the first one-day international, but does have history against Pakistan. And he became the first captain in women's cricket to take a 5-fer and score a 50 in her very first game as England skipper.
You know, it's her birth month as well, December.
It is. She's born on Boxing Day.
26th December.
I wonder if that means over Christmas you just need to buy one present. What do you think?
For sure, sure. Well, I think so. I will be in Pakistan at that time, and might be she will be flying to India. Neighbours, but a bit of distance there. But wish her happy birthday in advance, I think. It's a good time.
Well, she'll, I think, wanted more than anything to have got that 100 earlier that she fell just short of. That would have been a huge frustration because she looked set until that run out. Just 14 runs shy of 100 in a 100th ODI. But it wasn't to be for Heather Knight. What can she do with the ball? That's nicely placed. That's going to be 4 runs.
I think the fielder, she was a little late in reacting. So that has created the gap and gone for 4.
Good punch. That wasn't much backlift, and she got a hand on it, Fran Wilson, but we'll probably feel you should have done a little bit better.
She has started to use her feet. Like Bisma Maroof a couple of times ago, I did see that she was trying to come down the wicket and trying to go over covers somewhere to the sweeper. So I think that's a strong area for her. The English bowlers must be looking to block that place at that point. Because every time when you're blocking the runs or scoring areas, the batter might be looking a new one, can create mistakes. Pakistan after 29, 138 for 3.
So the required rate stands at 9.05. And we look at that worm graphic, and the issue isn't so much where Pakistan are now, which as you can see isn't too far from where England were at this point. The issue is more towards the back end of the innings. The last 10 overs where England scored a huge amount of runs very quickly indeed, thanks to Natalie Sivert and Fran Wilson. And so it's whether Pakistan have a partnership that can do that sort of damage in a short space of time.
Yeah, they must dent here, or start denting, because without any sort of boom, you can't go like 4 or 5 runs per over by rotating the strike. You need to get a couple of boundaries after 2 or 3 overs. What has been required here? I think so. One of these 2 girls, Bisma, is able to hit some big shots.
Pace taken off the ball a little bit by Sophie Eccleston. Maybe having just to wait that little fraction of a second longer to play the stroke. There's cover for England on the boundary and the offside.
She was just trying to come down the wicket. Couldn't do so better. Well, she's asking the balls. 3 left. I think she will surely try to get a big one towards covers, because the mid-off is up. Covers is there. So anything over the fielder will surely give them a boundary here. Yes, 1 big over, that's what's required here. Couple of boundaries, or maybe a 6 if she can hit.
Well, arguably, it's 4 or 5 big overs at this stage, because this game's just beginning to drift a little bit. The last 30 deliveries have seen 27 runs scored. No wickets have fallen, but it's the rate of scoring runs that's the problem for Pakistan.
It's just going up, and they're running for a single. Not a good over from Pakistan's point of view. I think that's off the glove.
Just evades Amy Jones, who had to try and find the ball when she'd had to look over her shoulder and see where it had gone. 30 overs gone, 140 for 3.
Come, girl.
Here's the comparison between the two at this stage. After 30 overs, you can see that the difference is now of 11. Pakistan have lost 1 more wicket than England did. Umaima is not finding it easy out there. 9 of 30 deliveries, that's 5 overs she's faced. Scoops that one in the air and will be out. So that issue that was bothering her of not being able to get enough runs of the number of deliveries faced, that has ended. She is actually given catch practice. Not much pace available for it to cross over that inner circle. Not a very clever choice of shot. Umaima goes for 9.
There is the last wicket. Just up in the skies and an easy catch. Another wicket down for Pakistan. 140 runs on the board for loss of 4 wickets. We are into the last 19 overs of the game. And the run rate has been piling up. 188 runs required in 118 balls. In the comparison of the dot deliveries till so far, 111 of them. Is quite a bit of overs there.
The required rate is now almost getting up to that 10 run and over mark, which obviously will be concern for Pakistan. Captain gets a wicket in her second over. Nida Dar, the new batter.
Drifted down to the leg side. And, just raced to the boundary there. Those are, Pakistan don't mind these runs coming in anyway. And it another dot delivery there. His dot delivery is piling up and the pressure is going on. The new batsman, new batter, Nida. 4 runs of 2 deliveries faced, or 3 of them. Bisma is on 42 of 46 deliveries. Flight delivery up pace and chance of a catch as is gone. 1 more wicket. A loss for Pakistan. Is outside edge of the bat, top edge of the bat. Straight into the hands of the fielder. 5th wicket down for Pakistan at the end of 31 overs. There it is, pitched in line and just a top edge. Gone straight into the hands. Easy catch. Not there to sweep that at the end of 31 overs, 144 for 5.
It's an IPG group production for Pakistan Cricket Board. We are coming to you live from the Kinrara Oval in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. 144 for 5 with 31 overs gone. The problem is that Pakistan have lost 2 quick wickets in this last over from Heather Knight, the captain of England. So Umaima first went. She's struggling to get runs. 9 of 31 deliveries. And immediately after that, they lost Nida Dar. Now, the new batter joining is Alia. She comes in, joins the captain. Alia played well in the first game. She's got a lot of work to do from here. 184 still required. Pakistan not really far away from where England was at this stage, but it's just the wickets now. That column is getting a bit of a bother. Eccleston now coming in to replace No, in fact, coming in from the other end, she's bowled none for 36 in her 7. And on strike is Pakistan captain.
There's no single there. There's no run there, rather. Just piling up the required run rate is piling up 9.77 right now.
Again, a sweep attempted. Bat involved in that. Umpire says no. It's also the angle showing it going down the leg.
This is Aliaria's 27th game for her, 402 runs and 19.14 is average, 71 runs are the best of so far. Required more than that.
Surely the fall of wickets now further damage Pakistan's plans of getting closer to 300 in terms of their run rate, in terms of the planning that the captain has. Need to form this partnership. Once again, Bisma running out of partners here. And these 2 wickets in the previous over has surely dented their plans. Now the required has gone above a 10.
Pulling for an LBW there. Yes, it is given out.
So 145 for 6 in no time. This is what is happening here to Pakistan. Now this time she bowled a little earlier and didn't use the popping crease. Eccleston wrapping up Alia in front of middle and leg. No doubts whatsoever from the umpire. So now they're falling like dominoes. Alia Riaz goes for no score. 145 for 6.
There's the last wicket. As pitched in between hitting middle and leg stump. Fall off for 3 quick wickets for Pakistan. Was the 6th wicket in a process. 145 runs on the board. Captain still there in the middle. Bisma is on 43 of 48. Been joined by Nawaz. While the players are taking a drinks break. We'll be back after the drinks.
Back after the drinks break. Pakistan have lost 3 quick wickets. Now Sidra Nawaz has joined her captain. Sidra is on non-strikers. Let's have a look at those 3 wickets which have gone by in the span of over and a half. That's the first one. Umaima scooping it up in the air, getting nowhere. And this was Nida Dar trying to sweep one. And Alia Riaz wrapped in front of the stumps. So 2 for the captain and 1 for Ecclestone. Good use of her feet. She always makes sure she gets to the pitch of the ball, trying to curb away any spin or break that's available. And she plays with a straightish bat, so that she plays most of her shots in the V. Not the first time the England bowlers have straight down the leg side.
There it is, drifted down onto the leg side, trying to maybe pace off it. Another dot ball added into the equation of number of dot balls. And brings Bisma still there on 44. This time cut through the between the point fielder and it racing and cut down by the fielder. Just 2 runs added to the total.
It's a tall ask here. 328 to win this match for Pakistan, chasing down this 149 right now. It's been a good run for the England batters. 2 centuries in the first game, a century in the second. 33 gone. It's 149 for 6.
These are the follow-for wickets, and one straight to the bowler. Second one, L Plum in front, LBW given. There's a third one, run out. A quick bit of a mix-up there. And one trying to scoop and given a catching practice to the fielder at a short fine leg. And next one trying to scoop or sweep. And top edge straight into the hands of the fielder. And the last one, LBW hitting middle and leg. And back live.
Catherine Brunt started with a new ball. Comes back in with her second spell. None for 13. At the same stage, 163 for 3 was England. Pakistan 149, so the runs not really far away, but the acceleration will start off after over number 40.
That's pitched in the halfway of the pitch and drifted down to the leg side. And as if we see, the number of boundaries has been scored by England, or 40 of them, and 3 sixes. At this point of time, Pakistan are able to reach only 18 boundaries so far. 150 runs up for Pakistan. The loss of 6 wickets, and this is the It took 84 balls to reach to the third 50 of the game, and second is the quickest.
Yeah, when Nahida and Bisma were playing, that was the quickest one of 48. After that, fall of wickets have just slowed everything down. The keeper batter, Sidra Nawaz, needs to give in a very strong hand to Bisma. If Pakistan needs to get close to this gigantic, titanic total of 327. If you take out the last 10 or last 7 overs of the England innings of batting, Pakistan has bowled well. They got 2 quick wickets, got the openers back in the dugout. They didn't really allow any huge partnership to form until those last 10 overs when Wilson and Siva took the game away and got the England side to a big total. Otherwise, Pakistan was very disciplined in terms of bowling. So when a new batter comes, things change. The run flow seems to have stopped. You've got to keep in mind that the strike rotation should be there so the scoreboard keeps ticking. You get the big shots when the ball comes. Nicely done. Just for a single. That's what's required in the initial part. She'll keep strike. 151 for 6.
I'm using the glasses, yeah? Yes, thanks. But remember, you need to drink. Yeah, I'll be Don't forget. You're right, though. Don't stop the way on.
Follow wickets in front of you. 4, 5 and 6, falling in a span of 5 runs. That's a quick run, good run taken over misfield. He's completely ran over it and gone for a boundary. Charging at the ball, and probably for a moment she's taken her eyes off it, trying to see which end to throw at. She's missed it completely.
There's the misfield. Ran sprinting towards the ball and just ball ran under the fingers, raced to the boundary.
Nicely driven through the gap there on the offside. They'll come back for 2. Good stop. Still the single was on.
It is onto the pads and dive in full length to stop that. And the ball's on strike.
Another couple here. Nicely placed third man region. And Sidra comes back for 2, end of the over. 35 gone, 159 for 6.
There we go. We are in the last 15 overs of the game. Pakistan required 169 runs to win in the 90 deliveries. Captain Bisma Maroof is still there in the middle. Facing 45 runs from 53 deliveries she faced. And Nawaz is on 11 from 14.
We must say Sidra Nawaz.
Sidra Nawaz.
Because in Pakistan, many of the male members, they have got Nawaz, the name there. Play towards onside and getting a single. 6 down, 160. Requiring another 168 and 88 deliveries. So let's see who will be there. The girl of the moment. You could really take this game away from English side, which is a little tough at this stage. With dot deliveries, you can't win this game because you may create some more pressure on yourself. Because when you're just sparing the deliveries, making like 6 deliveries, 4 dot deliveries, getting 2 or 3 runs, and you require 10 or 11 runs per over, that's really a hard task to do. Says a cricket expert or maybe like a cricket fan, at this stage, if you are the captain, well, you say like, just go boom boom, don't look at if you lose a wicket here, just go after the bowlers.
Yeah, there's no choice left as the number of runs required has been piling up. There's no choice left rather than just going after the bowling. And in the process, you might lose 1 or 2 wickets.
Yes, exactly. They should do this.
No run given actually there, as rightly sent back by the skipper herself. And the number of dot balls has been gone up to more than 20 overs in this innings, 134 of them. And no 6 have seen yet in this Pakistan innings, and 19 fours so far. Cut through the third man region for a single. And that moves Bisma on to 46. 36 gone. 161 for 6. Is where the match stands so far. England won the toss and put up a huge total on the board. 327 for 4. The Centurion Saiwa 100 from 85, and in reply Pakistan 161 for 6. Bisma Maroof, the skipper herself, still there in the center, 46 of 54. And she ran out of the partners. And, drifted down to the leg side. We wait for the umpire signal, and it's wide down the leg side.
36 gone, 163 for 6. Well, Bisma, let's see if she can make something here, because her team required herself to play here. Big knock. Quick one, like if you go for scoring 3 figures, I must say like another 20, 25 deliveries. If they can go like play some quick shots, score 100 runs in 70 deliveries. Because after this, 15 more deliveries approaching to the 70 deliveries. So you may give a luxury of 20 or 25 more deliveries to her and can take some big hits. Well, the shoulders are down, but as a player, as a sportsman spirit, you have to keep alive that you can win this game. Yeah, that is what I've been told by the psychiatrists. In the modern days, that many of the teams they are keeping along with them You can really teach these boys or girls in the cricket side. You can win the game at any stage. You have to fight hard. You can come back into this game from nowhere. You have to believe in yourself.
And for Pakistan, that would be Bisma. She's been there for a 56 deliveries so far. And she would be the person who will be looking after to accelerate the score. As in that process, they picked up 2 more runs.
Yes, exactly, because sometimes a player who is fighting hard in the centre, look at that, covering a good ground, good fielding, saving 2 runs here for the side. And that is the difference that will be keeping themselves on the top at the end of the day. Swapped it here, gone down to the fine leg, 4 runs. And there you go, Asif Yaqub doing his duty. That has been played up to the merit. And Bisma approaching to his 50. Well played. 58 deliveries. 7 boundaries in this 53 runs.
End of 37 overs, 171 for 6. The skipper herself reaching to 50.
As a captain's knock, she has done a great job today. But mission has not been accomplished yet. It's an effort what she's putting in. As a captain leading from the front and scoring some runs here. Sidra Nawaz is also giving a good hand to Bisma Maroof. And there you go, what she has done here so far.
This is the 50 for Bisma Maroof. There's elegant shots there and dancing down the track and over the covers. And few of them traveled into that region. There's a package for you for 50 of Bisma Maroof.
Quick delivery. The batter, she has no answer as the wicket keeper too. At this stage when the ball is in 38th over. Look at the beauty. It's really a hot day. Humid. Temperature touching 33. But, as a British cricketer, I must say, like, the summer is not that hot. And that's the way how she scored here so far. Should be 2. No, the pressure is there. They're keeping it very tight, just settling for a single.
And Brunt have done a great job here in 6th over of the innings so far. Just given 18 runs. And we were talking about she just bowled 3 overs in the first spell and continued the other third one in the second spell and just given 18 runs so far. Has been a
well, look on to Sidra Nawaz's bat here. She was just stopping the ball and the ball has been travelling quickly after hitting the blade. But it's only the way that how she's finding the gap that's more important at this stage, if the ball has been travelling quickly after hitting the bat. So it's only the way that she must look after the gaps now. Flying it late, but the production is there. And the third man, just for a single. And now I think so that Bisma should take the charge. She has scored a 50 there. It's a good way that an international cricket match you have got a 50 or a high 70, high 80s. The result should be linked with your success of the team too.
She's opened up there and raced to the boundary. And the ball is there to hit. And more importantly, she found the gap this time. The end of over number 38, 178 for 6.
There you go, bit of width offer towards offside, playing it late. Down onto the ground, and the third man approaching to the ball, couldn't save it. The effort went in vain, and Pakistan acquired a boundary here, 178 for 6. Sidran was 14 runs in 24 deliveries, and Bismar is on 58.
There are 15 extras been given to the Pakistan total. And as comparing with the
previous game, 24. So they improved the quality here, the British bowlers. Sarah Glenn, 1 wicket so far for her, and she's been talking with the captain that she needs a fielder towards offside and onside. Shot third man, and backward point that's towards offside.
good flight delivery there. And by not scoring the runs, you're actually putting yourself under a bit of pressure, and the total is run rate required is up to 10 runs per over right now. Did I just picked up correctly as she bowled a googly there on back of the hand? And she got more variations.
Really nice style bowler. Yeah, look at that. That was quicker too. The batter is finding it really hard to play it late, cut it down somewhere, even though that she's just thinking to rotate the strike. She had just wasted 3 deliveries there.
And Sarah Glenn is in the 8th over of the innings, for spell rather. 1 for 27.
Let's see if she can take it here. A big shot, big strike. Consecutive 4 dot deliveries. Creating and mounting some more pressure.
It's good to see the skipper is speaking with her.
It happens that sometimes when a bowler has been doing a beautiful job, putting 5 dot deliveries on the last delivery, might be 6, might be a 4, ruining all of the effort. This time couldn't go through. Could be a chance here, but couldn't collect the ball properly. That should have been taken here. The chance was there created. Fielder has opted a good one. Ecclestone was there on a fine leg. There you go. Throw was proper, but she couldn't grab the ball properly. Look at that. The ball has just gone through from the hands, and there you go. Sidra Nawaz and Bismar Maruf, they're continuing their partnership. 39 overs gone. Pakistan 179 for 6.
Is where the partnerships or the scores for Pakistan, the scorecard for Pakistan. 40 from Nahida, and the captain herself, 58 not out in 60 balls. And Sidra Nawaz is in the partnership with the skipper, 15 from 30 deliveries. Oh, nicely bowled and quicker through the air as well.
Good delivery, she's smiling. So that means that she hasn't taken any sort of pressure yet. The run rate which has been displayed in the cricket ground scorecard. So we're just trying to clear towards offside, but the Yorkland delivery couldn't play it best. And, that's good that she's off the strike.
There it is, Yorker in length, and missed it twice in a row. Nevertheless, they pick up a run. Brings Bisma Maroof on strike. And this is the time to take charge. There is 64 balls left and 148 runs required.
Down the leg side, there is again protection. So here, these two Pakistani girls, Sidra Nawaz and Bisma Maroof, they should opt here, somewhere up into the sky. Just go skyscrapers, go with the fielders, which are patrolling on the boundary lines. Clean hits. Otherwise, a wicket here, like Bisma and Sidra, any one of them will surely give a big punch to Pakistan women cricket team. There was an edge, and yes, it is. Finger raised up. That's the wicket number 7. What a time. Sidra Nawaz was just trying to play it late. Down to the 3rd minute, I think so. Yes, it is. She was trying to cut it. Well kept by the wicket keeper. They appealed for that, and umpire Rashid Riaz agreed.
Sidra Nawaz has gone for 16 runs and faced 33 deliveries, caught by the keeper. And just go 4-1-4 in there, fall of wicket number 7 in the 40th over of the game. 181 runs on the board as the skipper is running out of the partners.
There you go, another view. She was trying to play it late. In the wicket keeper, she has got the beautiful eyes and good eye. Keeping on the ball and grabbing it properly. So let's have a conversation how we can move from here on. That is what both of these two girls they are discussing there. Debutant of the previous game, Shamim came into the center, left-hander. Well, let's see if she can give her another punch. Has one more wicket. And when you're looking at a card like 181, losing 7 wickets, so you've got a point that this team is under a huge trouble. So what will happen as a player? We're looking at a card, you've lost 7 players, 8 and 9 is on the crease. So you have to do like this, stopping every delivery.
And there's no choice left of rather stopping those deliveries, and you got to give the strike back to the strike batsman. The captain is on the center still. You got to return the strike with her, nevertheless. Exactly. As the end of over number 40, 187 for 7.
Well, over a span of last 7 to 8 overs, things have not looked good for Pakistan. They've lost wickets in pairs. In fact, they lost 3 wickets in a chunk. It's a rare full toss. It's been put away by Bisma for a boundary. I think it seemed like slipped out of the grip of the bowler, Sarah Glenn.
What shouldn't be forgotten in all of this is quite how good the innings has been from Bisma. loose delivery. It was a filthy ball, really. But she's gone at more than a run a ball for 63 from 62. That's good going.
It's not looking very comfortable there. I think she... I don't know, has she twisted her ankle or what is it? Some problem with the calf while playing that shot. It's the hand. It was a very odd height at which she tried to cut that ball for a boundary. It's really hot out there. Yeah, there. I think she's pulled a muscle. Yep. But what caused it? That was the last ball. What caused it is the thing. It is hot. Got to be really hydrated. So let's sum it up in a nutshell. In today's performance, England have looked good. They were tested for a while, and then they came out victorious in terms of their batting skills with Wilson, and in the end, Siva showing some real talent, managed to get 327. And bowling has been pretty on target as well. They've waited for their opportunities, for their moments. They didn't really lose focus when Pakistan got those small partnerships going. And the results have come their way.
And it's a game of momentum so often, cricket, isn't it? Where you see the way that England batted in those final 10 overs of their innings, scoring a huge amount of runs. And it just seemed to change the entire complexion of the game. Suddenly, a match that seemed to be quite interestingly poised, quite interestingly placed, with England perhaps just holding the upper hand, drifted away and into the tourists' favour quite dramatically. With that 100 from Nat Siva from 85 deliveries, and 85 not out from Fran Wilson, her highest score in ODI cricket. And that big partnership at the end that got England to that 327 for 4. It looked for so long that it was going to be an innings dominated by the captain, Heather Knight, in her 100th one-day international. It wasn't to be the fairy tale for her in the end. Run out for 86. At that point, England were perhaps vulnerable, but that partnership, it changed it all. And Pakistan, well, they've had contributions from Nahida with 40, Javeria 26. It's been Bismar, the captain, that has really been the mainstay of the innings and offered the most resistance. Her run of ball 63 has been excellent, and I just wonder if that little injury we've seen in the last few minutes could well be cramp, because she's been out there for what, 90.2 overs now today on a hot day. Well, not quite that much, obviously she wasn't opening the batting, but you know, the game's been going all day now, and she's been a part of it for the majority of it. And in these conditions, even if you hydrate well, you can just cramp up a little bit. Muscles can get a little bit tighter.
Yeah, there are testing conditions out there.
They're testing conditions for broadcasters, let alone cricketers.
I was just about to say that I've stopped myself from going down to get a cup of coffee. It's too long a walk. It's been really hot today. Now we have cloud cover. But that's also in the latter part of the day. England have made the Pakistan batters work hard for their runs. That's good. Good thing to see. They have not let complacency set in. They've got 327 cushion available to them. They're looking to wrap this up and get the series in their pocket. Irrelevant to say it's almost 15 runs and over required. Though in modern day cricket, 15 is not an issue. It's just consistently scoring that 15. That would be well done. She got a hand to it to take the pace off.
She'll have felt she should have stopped that Anya Shubsel, but no real harm done.
In the air, that's high. Who wants it? Looks like it's wide. And that's a good catch taken. Kept the eyes on the ball and made sure that it is not a mistake. Yeah, that's not wide. That's Beaumont. Good catch, nevertheless.
It's an excellent catch. She had ground to make up. She had to get underneath it. And she got there. And it's the end of Bismar Maroof. Another wicket for Glenn. And a catch for Tammy Beaumont. 187 for 8.
You get a feeling that she's thrown a wicket away. It's just feeling the pain. At the same time, she realizes that it's just becoming a lost battle. But he's played well. She's done well for herself and taken the side to 187 with her 64. Yeah, no distance on that, just a bit of height, but a good catch. 8 down Pakistan for 187.
Well, almost those catches where you have a long time to think about them have their own challenge, don't they? Because you just feel that added pressure to make sure you hang on. But she did have a bit of ground to make up, had to move forward. But she did well, Tammy Beaumont. And this game heads towards its conclusion now with 187 for 8 the score. And I think it's fair to say the 141 from 55 that are required will not be achieved.
The impact that will leave at the end of the day would be the margin of defeat. Like to reduce that as much as possible. For their own well-being, when they come back for the third game, they lost the first one by 70 odd runs, but this is a big margin at this point in time. 41 overs bowled, 187 for 8.
It's that middle order, isn't it, that the issue lies, really. Single figure scores for Umayma, Nida and Alia, who'd been excellent in the previous match. It's the engine room of a side where you do need contributions. And that's frustrating for Pakistan.
And they lost these 3 over a span of 5 deliveries. Diana, the new batter, she's on strike, joining Ramin.
Nice to see someone batting in a wide-brimmed hat. Slightly old-school feel to things.
Oh, yes, Annie. Good Heath.
Remember those times when the West Indies were like, had a battery of fast bowlers, quick bowlers, Andy Roberts and everyone, and no helmets in those days. Maybe going out there facing them, I think that would be a real challenge. And there were no bouncer rules as well. You could bowl 6 of them. How cricket has evolved over decades, how the game has changed, how skills have come, how we see less of textbook cricket in the shorter formats. It's amazing.
It's a regular debate back in England about whether, and I'm sure the world over, whether short form cricket has in some way harmed Test cricket. But speaking to Ben Stokes after that remarkable innings he played in the Ashes Test match at Headingley, where he scored 150 odd to get England over the line from seemingly nowhere. 75 he put on with Jack Leach for the final wicket, and he said after play that sometimes one-day cricket gets criticised, but I wouldn't have played those shots that I played. I wouldn't have had the ability to play some of those shots I played without the innovations that have come from one-day cricket. So the two can work side by side.
The shortest format, I personally believe, does not hamper or harm Test cricket. But yeah, you can say that some of the shortest format cricket has its effects on the one-day format. The white ball cricket, yeah, 50 overs does get affected with that. I mean, now T10 is being introduced. Yeah, 50 over needs to get some innovations going. Nicely worked away with the pace. Oh, that surely will be checked again, but that's a good effort though. 42 gone. I wouldn't say 188 unless this is confirmed. There's no contact with the ball at this time.
No, it's there that the issue though. It just bounces off her right hand.
Yeah, it does. That moment where the ball just hits the back of a palm. That moment, she's got her knee on the rope.
Well, we're going to keep checking. It's academic in terms of the result of this game. But if you're batting, you want to get every run that you've scored fair and square.
Yeah, and as a bowler, you don't want a boundary under your name. Well, just wanting to be sure that the back of the hand, when the ball comes in contact, the knees on the rope. Yeah, it is boundary signal, so it goes to 191 for 8 after 42.
Well, after all that, we're ready for the next over pretty swiftly, and Sarah Glenn is going to bowl once more with a final over. She's taken 2 for 34 thus far. Excellent economy rate of just 3.78. Her second game as an England international.
Have you ever thought of a team like you have the tennis mixed doubles? You have men and women playing together.
Well, it's an often raised question, and there are certain differences in the games. Predominantly, the size of the ball that's used, which is marginally smaller in the women's game. And so you'd have to find something that was agreeable to all parties.
In the middle somewhere.
Yeah, perhaps.
At least have 2 from the women's team, just to create, when you have all these colorful leagues going on, maybe then. Because I tell you what, the Pakistan women team, when they're going off to a tour, they do play the men under 19s against them, and they do well. Or they play the A side. Under 19s, yes, to be precise. And some of those boys are quick.
And England certainly played against the Malaysian, I think it was the under 19 men's team. It's their warm-up match.
Pulled a good spell. 10 overs, 2 for 37. Sarah, and wraps it up nicely in her second game. Pakistan 194 for 8. That just summarizes everything.
It's hard to overstate quite how significant the contributions of Wilson and Siva were, not just in terms of the run scored, but the pace that they were done.
Yes. Good, Heath.
To me, what stands out over here is Wilson. I think she's the main architect of this last 10 overs onslaught, I should call it. 85 of just 49. And that made things easier for Siva. Because she basically was the wrecker-in-chief. Who's your man of the match? Or should I, well, player of the match?
I think you'd have to say Natalie Siva. She's got the 100, she's bowled well, and as well as that, she affected the run-out that saw an important breakthrough when England needed it. I think it'd be quite hard to look past her, unless something quite remarkable happens in the next 40 deliveries.
85 for Knight. Got 2 wickets. Knight has 2 wickets for 33. But I know what you're saying, what you mean, but there's been some very important contributions. Why I'm more inclined towards Wilson. Probably she gets more of my votes before England started bowling. So at the end of the first innings break, I would give it to Wilson, but now that you say run out and wickets, of course.
But it's an innings that will do Nat Siva a lot of good as well, because she is somebody that has had the potential to be one of the world's absolute best for a long time. It's just about the consistency, and so she'll feel that having got 100 to her name overseas in tricky conditions against a good bowling attack. But when we look at that chart in terms of how the innings have played out, and England really have been ahead relatively for all of it.
England's going to Langkawi, the other one's going to Kuala Lumpur. Oh, bowled it. Bowled. It's completely beaten in flight. Just played all around it. Diana Big. And that is the end of wicket number 9. So it's just a matter of now wrapping it up. 198 for 9. Can't really blame the tail enders. It's too big a ask. 5 of 11. And Shrubsole gets a wicket. And Diana Beg departs.
Slower balls can make the best in the game look pretty foolish. And that one was a pretty well executed delivery from Manya Shrubsole. Pace taken right off it, just a little bit of extra flight. And Diana threw the shot. And she probably would have known quite a long time before the ball clattered into the stumps that something was amiss. But as she swung at the ball and made no contact, well, as long as that ball was heading straight, there was trouble. So Shrubsole picks up a second wicket. 2 for 31 for the bowler that 2.5 years ago won England the World Cup from nowhere. 6 wickets in the final against India.
Yes, Annie.
44 overs gone, 198 for 9. Well, beautiful city. In the background, you can see the skyscrapers. With Pakistan cricket team are missing today in terms of their run rate. It was required by Pakistan cricket team to build up skyscrapers like those which we witnessed on the monitors a while ago, but really a tough job. They're not the good builders. They lost the momentum. They lost the skills. They must learn here. That's played towards onside. Just getting a single end from here on. Pakistan must be looking to go like to play full 50 overs.
It should be the way of one more wicket, even still. Might get some batting practice though.
Well, such kind of dart deliveries, that has been the hallmark for today. That English bowlers, they've been doing a brilliant job before that in building up a good runs on the card, and now as a bowler they've been proven themselves as a good unit.
And this will give the chance to English bowlers to rotate their people who are in the 13 and 14 in the crew.
Yeah.
And which will give them the time to rethink and rebuild what is the best side for a competitive side when they meet like in Australia or India or West Indies.
Yes, have a look. A slow one down the leg side. Well, not much you can expect from a tail ender. 200 up for Pakistan. They have lost 9 wickets in this pursuit. Balled him up. That is another wicket, and last one. What a delivery, and she's smiling there because of the big win here for England. 3 ODI series, and England has just taken this game to their favour. 127 runs. That is what England women won by. What a way to get a victory. Get a series as well. One day, backing up. I think so it hit on the pads and then went on to the stumps. Happy faces from English side. They have done the wonders in the batting. Then after that, bowlers, they have done the job.
Yeah, the difference between the two teams are the last 10 overs, and also the number of wickets has been in the bank. And Pakistan wrapped up in 200 runs. Their 45th over of the innings, and England women won by 127 runs. It will be a good win for England, and their morale will be up in the last game, as we spoke. That give them a chance to play and rotate the players.
Yes, and one more thing, what Pakistan should be thinking here. In the previous game, they scored 208, I think so. 208, and this time 200. So they need to think here that Pakistan should be scoring and thinking like 280, 290. Good to shake hands all around. Well done, English cricket team. You deserve this victory. Everyone just chipped in and done a wonderful job. But Pakistan, they will have to rethink their plans. Both sides went unchanged today. And there you go. They've been jubilant. Well done.
Yeah, Pakistan required to put their plans and redraw them for the next game. At least they got to make up with at least a win in the series in order for them to add the number of points to be obtained. And this is where the Pakistan women's batting card looks. Only Nida is on 40, and the other person to talk about is the skipper herself, as Bisma Maroof on 64, and the rest are part of the 16 runs scored by Nawaz in 33 balls, and wrapped up with 200 runs and 18 extras in that.
Yes, that was the batting card, and now talk about the bowlers. Brunt without wicket, but there you go. 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Knight, Ecclestone, Glynn, and Sherbasol. All of these bowlers, they have got the wickets and good economy rates. That is what required here. They restrict Pakistan 200 runs. Didn't allow them to score high. So bowlers, they have done a good job. Wrapped up in 44.5.
And looking at the partnerships, not much to talk about except between Nahida and Javeria is 47 of them, and Umaima and Bisma is 39, and the last partnership of 36 runs in 48 deliveries. The rest all in the single figures except Ramim and Dana in 11 and 19 balls.
Yes, that is what was required from Pakistan's point of view to get some more wickets. Siva getting 100 runs, not out, 85 deliveries. Knight and Wilson spotted well, 86, 85. But reply from Pakistan, not much impressive. Only Bisma, the captain, scored 64, 40 from Nahida. And English cricket team were able to secure the victory with a margin of 127 runs. And this is what happened today here at Kinrara Cricket Academy. Pakistan, when they were started to chase, they pulled away some of the great shots, but they just lost the momentum by giving away some easy wickets. Picked up well some gaps on an offside. Full length deliveries, that's been punished away down to the sweeper cover and backward point. Then hitting on a pad, good to see him. Umpiring stand has been superb. Asif Yaqub and Rashid, they have done a great job, both umpires, and then a few of the luckiest moments of Pakistan when the score started coming on. And this time, miscue, mishappened, and the Pakistan lost away. They lost the path from that point when they were trying to score some big shots, some big hits. There you go. Finally was coming underneath it, taking it properly, trying to sweep that one away. Couldn't do so. And there you go, like before, yes it is. And some of the brilliance from Bisma Maroof, who scored a 50 plus today. There you go, the edge and well capped behind the wickets. With a flighted delivery, flying it towards offside and onside. Bit of the highest, well capped, superb. The fielding standards from English side have been brilliant. And there was a wicket. Inside out, she was trying to play, and that was on the pads. In hitting on the leg stump. And Smiles was there for English cricket team. Really looking in a good manner. Beautiful way to get a victory. Winning the series too. And that is where Siva, 100 runs not out. That is the hallmark. Or a big inning from her. 85 deliveries. And along with that, Knight and Wilson giving a good hand, sharing that. Nashra and Nida scoring wickets. And Bisma, who scored 64 runs. She was a lone warrior, trying to get some scoring, like more runs. I think so that
post-match presentation of the second one-day international between
Bisma, Nahida. And now we are ready with the presentation ceremony. We'll go to the Sikandar.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of the second one-day international. What a game again for England. A victory by 127 runs and also bagging the three-match series 2-0. Now, before I call in the man of the match, I'm going to introduce our guest over here, Mr. Dinesh, who is the CEO of Malaysia Cricket. Thank you very much for joining us. And now to announce the player of the match. And the player of the match is the captain of England, Heather, who's going to come forward and take the award for her 80 runs of 100 deliveries. And, of course, 2 wickets for just 33. We'll have a quick word with you as well. Congratulations on winning the series.
Yeah, really nice to obviously come and get a series win. I think the performance was a bit more polished than it was the other day. We talked about trying to get 300 from a good start, and we did that today. I thought Nat and Fran coming in were outstanding. They really sort of stuck to their strengths and got us to that big total which we wanted, and then bowlers very clinical and got the job done.
Really, how about that? I mean, we were thinking that you probably might not get to close to 300, but you crossed it really nicely. Last 10 overs, 100 plus runs.
Yeah, well, I was thinking 300 was out of the question, but the pitch was slightly better today, and you could score a bit more freer coming in at the back end. Fran in particular was outstanding. I think she's been in the form of her life for the last year or so, and she hasn't quite converted it to runs for England. So to see her do that today was outstanding, and yeah, very chuffed for her. And obviously Nat holding the innings together and scoring 100. We talk about scoring hundreds as batters, and we've had another one today, which is nice.
We up there were really hoping for you to get 100 or your 100th ODI, but hard luck, but well played overall.
Yeah, so was I. I was a bit disappointed with how I got out, obviously. But yeah, nice to go and contribute and score some runs on 100th cap. I think we've got a record of not scoring many on milestones, so that was quite nice to do that today.
Well, enjoy the series win.
Lovely, thank you. Cheers.
And that was, of course, the captain of England, Heather Knight, getting the Player of the Match award, and of course we spoke to her about winning this series as well. Now we're going to call Pakistan captain, and Bisma Maroof will have a quick word with us. Bisma, we noticed that you guys were doing very, very well. I mean, you were keeping them under 300, but it's just the last 7-8 overs cost it.
Yeah, we didn't bowl really well in the last, I think, 15 overs. We gave away too many runs, and I think they played really well and finished really for them.
Now, the series is gone, but there's still one more very important game to play, and of course, we don't forget that the ICC Championship points are available. So, I'm sure you've grabbed a lot of things in the first 2 games, and you're looking to come back hard at the opposition.
Yeah, we have momentum in our side in the field, but I think we didn't capitalize in batting and bowling as well. I think there are lots of learning for us, and we'll try to improve in the next game.
I guess you guys bowled very well because for the first 35 overs, like you said, you guys really kept them quiet. How was the leg?
Yeah, it's fine. It was just a cramp.
Okay, anyway, better luck day after tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
That was the captain of Pakistan, and that's all from down here as well. England winning the series and winning this match by 127 runs.
Thank you very much, Sikandar. Yes, England deserved this victory here. Siva at 100 runs not out, really a hallmark. Good inning, Brighton. And game number 2, English cricket team won that, and also taking the series to their favour. And they kept Pakistan under 44.5 overs, winning it with a margin of 127 runs. A great victory for them. Congrats, and let's hope the game number 3 on 14th December, Pakistan women versus England women here at Kinrara Academy Oval, Kuala Lumpur, will be happening. And good luck for the both sides. And we wish that Pakistan can turn the tables at that date on 14th December 2009 and can win against England. This is a 9th consecutive loss for Pakistan against this English cricket team.
That's nicely placed. That's going to be 4 runs.
Scoops that one in the air and will be out. So that
Drifted down to the leg side. And, just race to the boundary. Fly to delivery, Apesh, and chance of a catch as he's gone. One more wicket. Pulling for an LBW there. Yes.
That's a quick run. Good run taken over Misfield. He's completely ran over it and gone for a boundary.
And Bisma approaching to his 50. Well played. Keeping themselves on the top at the end of the day. Swept it here. Gone down to the fine leg. 4 runs.
She's opened up there and raced to the boundary.
There was an edge, and yes, it is.
3 wickets in a chunk. No, it's a rare full toss. Has been put away by in the air. That's high. Who wants it? Looks like it's wide. And that's a good catch taken. Get some innovations going. Nicely worked away with the pace. Oh, that. Oh, bowled it. Bowled. It's completely beaten in flight. Just played all around it. Diana Big.
Balled him up. That is another wicket, and last one. What a delivery, and she's smiling there because of the big win here for
the innings. And England women won by 127 runs. It will be a good win for England, and their morale will be up in the last game, as we spoke. That give them a chance to play and rotate the players.
Yes, and one more thing, what Pakistan should be thinking here. In the previous game, they scored 208, I think so. 208, and this time 200. So they need to think here that Pakistan should be scoring and thinking like 280, 290. Good to shake hands all around. Well done.
Over of the innings, and England women won by 127 runs. It will be
Playing nicely and found the gap as well. That's the magic of Bisma Maroof. Runs here, nicely played. Clever shot there by Bisma. Oh, edge. That's a lucky boundary. Pakistan won't mind it.
A bit of space given this time. long off.
You do with
Is
the
the
ball?
place where
That's nicely placed. That's going to be
That
4
will be
runs.
keeping themselves on the top at the end of the day. Sucked it here, gone down to the fine leg, 4 runs. And there you go, Asif Yaqub doing his duty. That has been played up to the merit. And Bisma approaching to his 50. Well played. 58 deliveries. Keeping themselves on the top at the end of the day. Sucked it here, gone down to the fine leg, 4 runs.
She's opened up there and raced to the boundary.
3 wickets in a
And the
jump.
ball
No, it's a rare full toss. And it's been put away by Bisma for a boundary. I think it seemed like slipped out of the grip of the bowler.